Morning, everybody, or afternoon, however it may be where you are. What's that noise? What's what noise? What noise? What's up? Is my audio being weird? It does that sometimes. It's like the bleep bloop last time. Oh. Right, because we didn't get a new cord. I'll add that to my list of shit I have to order for stream. 1 second.
Hello!
Heyo. Welcome in. Let me see who that was. Hello, Lucy. Welcome in, Dolly. Welcome in, Steffi. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, sorry about the click. I forgot. So, I'll add that to the list of shit I have to order. But, yes. So, I have important news to start the stream. I may have figured out a IRL streaming solution thing. I've been cooking. So, we might be able to do IRL streaming sooner than we were gonna, for less money than we were gonna. It'll be like a sub goal I actually think you guys can hit. He's cooking. He's in the kitchen. It's not good because I faint when I'm in the kitchen, but it's fine. He ate. Oh yeah, I'm gonna feed you well. So I can't like super go into details because one of the things I was trying to test out doesn't work because this is USB-C and the things that I have to plug in to my phone to be able to IRL stream the way that I want to involves me needing like it's USB like 2.0, so I need like an adapter. Plus I would need a splitter anyway, so I can plug all the camera shit into my phone and then also still have like be able to charge my phone because I don't want my phone to die in the middle of everything. So we're working on it. When I'm in the kitchen, yeah, I get anything with heat and I get dizzy. Or if I have to stand for too long, I get dizzy. It's fine, I just don't cook. Nods yet doesn't understand technology. Yeah, I'm also being very vague. Once I get this setup going, I'll sit and explain everything. I've also been like paying really close attention to DTune's setup when they're doing IRL streaming. I am not doing it the same way as them at all, because I'm not going to be streaming in haunted basements, so I don't need like the whole rig that they have. I understood that so much. Heat is too much for me. I hate summers. Yeah, I don't do well in the heat. But yeah, so they have like a thing so that they can basically have connection anywhere. And between the piece of technology that does that and all the connections and everything, that's like I'm poor. I'm very poor. Welcome, Vampy. Welcome in. I'm warm. I'm gonna take the sweater off. We turn the heating back on. This temperature is wildly fluctuating here in Toronto. But yeah, so like I don't need that much connection. I'm just gonna be streaming mostly outside where I should have cell service because I'm in Toronto. I'm in the biggest city in Canada. If there's anywhere in the city of Toronto that I don't get cell service, we're just not gonna stream there. I'm just shitposting. Absolutely you are. I do like the Brat Chat emote when I'm talking about DTune though, because he calls his chat Brat Chat. It's perfect. But yes, so currently the setup I have is going to be using the data that I already have and streaming off my phone, but I still wanted y'all to have access to like alerts and jump scaring me and streaming directly through Twitch off my phone. Two things would happen. One, I don't have access to any of the stuff on OBS. Two, I don't have any down protection. So if I walk somewhere and service drops at all, stream ends and I have to restart stream from scratch, which is like, you're poor, look at me. I haven't gone for 11 months because my only phone broke, dies in poor country currency. Yeah. Like, I'm definitely not, don't have a laptop poor. I'm just in a, like, occasionally to pay rent, I have stopped eating levels of poor sometimes. Or like, I haven't been that poor in a bit. I do make budgetary decisions that are interesting sometimes. But yeah, like I have been desperately poor before. But like I'm certainly not like a full-time streamer who can like it's not like a business expense. Like this is sort of my job because like, you know, I am a model, I do entertainment for a living. This is just more of that. But like I'm not a full-time Twitch streamer where like I can justify putting like $1,000 into a production, like a mobile production, the way that like Detour is like his baby, right? Thanks for the bonk. So like her setup is great. It's just like more than like I need, but I want to have the down protection, especially because I don't have like anything else as a backup. I would not eat if I were to have my own apartment because of rent or other stuff. Yeah, like been there, legitimately been there. Not a good position to be in if you can avoid it, but like definitely been there where it's like, well, I need to not be living with my parents for my health, so I'm just gonna make this work, I guess. But yeah, so there's a thing that you can do where it routes your stream from your phone to another server, then sends it to your OBS on your computer through a browser source, and using a bot, so I can stream from my laptop remotely, basically. So what I'm gonna do is I have to have my laptop open. So ideally, like the first couple times we do this, we'll have Steph at home, just making sure the laptop's okay. The good thing is I won't need to like do this whole setup because I just need my laptop on in my room and plugged in so it won't die. And I'll probably have it plugged into Ethernet rather than Wi-Fi, so it's like super, super stable. Once I moved out of my family's house, I've been much better. Yeah, absolutely. It makes such a huge difference mentally to just be like away and doing your own thing as an adult. But yeah, so that's the thing I still have to work on setting up. That shouldn't be too difficult. But yeah, I have to figure out the routing and how that works with like the app on my phone. So that way we'll still have all of our normal alerts, all our normal everything. We'll still have chat on screen. Everything should be standard as normal. I'll probably take the goal off that scene or make it like smaller so it takes up less of the screen. We'll figure out what we need to do to like make things as undisruptive as possible. But yeah, so there's that aspect of where I have to have like a thing from my phone to a thing to my computer and then to Twitch to make sure that if I go in a basement or whatever and my Wi-Fi or my data cuts out, that stream will just go to like a BRB screen or something. I'm 50-50 on whether I'm just gonna cut to our normal BRB screen or if I'm gonna make like a custom like I'm IRL, we're having connection issues, 1 second sort of vibe. But ow. So I might just leave it with like our current BRB screen to start, just so that I don't have as much work to do. So I've got that, and then I have to figure out, I'm trying to get that camera to be our stream camera so that it'll be less stress on my phone battery, because if that's what's broadcasting, I don't want it to also be the camera and have the screen on the whole time. So if I can have the screen off, it'll last a lot longer. And that way, I don't need like a whole gimbal or anything, because that lens has some stabilization in it anyway. We'll see how bad it is walking around, but I feel like the quality difference will be worth like a little bit of jiggly. Plus, like, I shouldn't be walking, like, we'll figure it out, but it should be okay. But I have to figure out getting a thing to make sure that that runs on my phone before I set up any sub goals or anything for, like, really it'll just be the mics as the expensive thing. Yeah, Lucy's amazing. Lucy's like my best friend. But yeah, so I have to get a USB splitter hub basically to take my camera to plug that into my phone, and also have my phone charger also go into my phone because there's only the one outlet. So we've got that. And then the mics will be plugged directly into the camera, so that way I don't have to worry about as many things draining through my phone. And then I can just have extra camera batteries, because I have 2 camera batteries, and that should last decently enough for however long we'd be IRL streaming, because I'm not gonna IRL stream for more than like 2 to 4 hours at most. Just because, like, legitimately I can't handle streaming more than 4 hours, and we wouldn't be walking for 2 straight hours because my body will fall apart. So we have like a natural stopping point of any stream where, like, I'm going to have to sit down for part of it. So between the 2 camera batteries I have, we should be good. Welcome in, Emptiness. Good to have you in. Hope you're doing well. So yeah, so I have that. And then the last thing I had to figure out was reading chat while streaming, because if this is broadcasting and it's connected between a bunch of cords to the camera, that's fine. Normally people will just like have like a little thing or whatever, but I have to hold this and the extender because the extender or the hub's cord is really short. So I could get like another long cord, or I can just put this phone in my pocket and use I have another phone, so I'm gonna be using that to read chat. But now we have a problem of, okay, so I have the camera in one hand, connected to everything. So connected to the hub with the phone charger and this, and I'll have like a little satchel to carry that. And then I'll have chat in this hand. Problem is, I need a third hand to hold a cane because I'm disabled, which is not a problem most IRL streamers have. So I figured out one of my old canes. Legitimately, what we're going to do is take one of those, the little phone holders that go on tripods, and one of my old canes is a monopod. So it's over here. So I've got my old cane, which is this one, because my new one doesn't have this, but this is a monopod. So this screws off, and then that's the same threading for cameras and camera tripod stuff. So I should be able to just have, you know, walk on my cane and then just have chat on my cane, so I can just look at chat, or like I can't obviously look at chat while I'm walking, but I wouldn't really be able to do that anyway, and if I really need to, I can drop my cane and look at it. Cane with a sword, that would be epic. It would be. Cane swords are illegal in Canada. Concealed blades are illegal, so I can't have one. But that would be rad. I do love the idea of a sword cane. I just cannot have one for legal reasons. Mega illegal. Super duper illegal. You can't carry like concealed weapons. There's a lot of like blade and weapon laws in Canada. You can't have brass knuckles. There's like a lot of stuff. You can't have nunchucks, which I do own a pair of nunchucks. And you can have them. You just can't have them in public. So yeah, there's a lot of weapons rules in Canada. No swords, break skateboard. Yeah, I mean, you can have a sword. You just can't have them in public. Can't have mace. Yeah, you can't. I mean, you can. So you can have bear spray. I think certain places. It's illegal to use it on anyone. Also, you can't defend yourself with a weapon in Canada. Very hard to be a ninja, yeah. Brian was here for, because hence the shirt. I was at an NSP show. Brian has a very hard time. But yeah, I know for a fact that you're not supposed to defend yourself with things that are meant to be weapons. You can, however, defend yourself with something you happen to have in your hand at the time, as long as it doesn't seem like it's you carried it with the purpose of using it as a whip. Bear spray and pepper spray is okay. Yeah. Yeah. I know this because I've had to defend myself with a cane a few times, and I only do that because I have read through the laws and I know I can protect myself with my cane because it's in my hand and it's not meant to be a weapon. Though I'm not like going around beating people with my cane either. It's like more like pushing people away from me or whatever. Another thing I have in my hand at the time is my fist. See, that's the thing. You can defend yourself with just like your bare hands. Though self-defense is a legal defense, it's still, you're not allowed to hit people. Like, it's a whole complicated thing. Like, in Canada, you're not supposed to punch people, ever. Yeah, like, you can get arrested for defending yourself, and then it's a defense in court. Assuming the police bother, most of the time, if it's very clear someone attacked you, and you used a minimum amount of, like, a reasonable minimum amount of force to protect yourself, they're not gonna, like, bother. But, like, if you kill someone defending yourself, you will go to, like, you will have to go to court. You will be arrested. Swipe the legs, yeah. Like, again, like, I've been in situations where I've had to, like, physically defend myself, so, like, I'm fully aware, but if you are physically defending yourself in Canada, you have to be aware that you could go to prison. So, like, if you're fearing for your life, that's the better option, is to go to jail than die. Also, like, if you genuinely, that's the level of your fear you're at, then, like, the defense will probably go well. But you cannot escalate a fight. Like, if someone's threatening you and you throw the first punch, you're the one in shit. You committed assault. If they throw a punch and you block it and punch them back, it's fine. But if they throw one punch and then you beat them into a bloody pulp to where they can't speak anymore, now you're liable for assault again. Like, I'm not a lawyer, but this is how I understand how you're not supposed to beat the shit out of people. But yeah, so I have everything set up. I just need to make sure I have to order a USB hub, make sure that works for connecting the camera to my phone, make sure that works. If that works, then I have to get a smaller tripod than the one I normally use so that it can be handheld, because full-size tripods are heavy. And then the last thing I have to figure out is the stream routing and ordering, mics and like that sort of stuff. My ex had to take pepper spray, a small knife, and something to grip on to punch anytime they met a new client. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is with, like, sex workers is, like, we're in, like, sort of a legal gray area anyway, so, like, the math for deciding what you want to, what rules you want to push is to keep yourself safe. It's, like, very different math there. I definitely don't take anything with me to see new clients if it's, like, something I think that could be used against me that, like, I'm not trained to use. Just because, especially for me, because I know my grip strength isn't great. But I know how to use my cane. That's a thing I know how to defend myself with. So I at least have that. I did once have someone give me a taser cane, and I'm like, I will kill myself using that. That thing scares the fuck out of me. Absolutely not. And I'm pretty sure you cannot have that. So I have a taser cane somewhere that I can't do anything with. Stuff usually goes before a judge so you can argue for yourself. The laws are a starting point. Yeah. Like, if you have to defend yourself in court, like, this isn't America. Like, We can't use tasers in Canada, yeah. So like, but like, yeah, if you have to defend yourself in court, like, you're gonna get bail if it's a self-defense case where no one died. You'll be fine. And probably will get bail anyway. Like, worst case scenario, you might have like an ankle monitor or whatever to make sure you don't like leave the country. Oh yeah, we're gonna be talking about some people disrespecting sex workers today, because that's like one of the main things of it's like the plan today is talking about IRL stream stuff, some updates on like what I've been doing the last week. Then I want to chit chat about the Canadian election because that's coming up in 3 weeks. And then to vibe cleanse, maybe some anti-chamber if I don't have a massive headache, which feels like I'm getting one, but we will persist. Maybe it's because I haven't hydrated enough. People do a lot worse and get off. Yeah. But yeah, so IRL stream stuff, I'm cooking. While I'm ordering some stuff, I will get a new cord for the mic because I know it's clicking and being weird. So I will get a new cord for that. I'll get the USB hub thing. I'm also gonna get an HDMI cable, like a longer one, so that right now I'm using an HDMI cable from my laptop to the TV so that I can have like a second monitor, which is super duper helpful. I'm gonna get a longer one so I can sit on the couch properly and not be up here where my back hurts. Won't get into it right now, but I'm getting a little frustrated on the quickness of the elections. Honestly, for like I like that Canadian elections aren't like 1.5 years long. For me, my problem is more so that the lack of coverage means that it feels like it goes by even faster and we don't have time to actually consider everything. Because an election being 6 weeks is one thing, but if the news isn't covering the election, then you don't have the information to like make a reasonable decision. And like, this is always a problem where our news and our media gets flooded with American shit and we don't see enough of our own stuff. But it's so much worse right now with like how America is at the moment. It is really distracting and taking up a lot of like airspace. And like, I get it. It's the rise of a fascist state. Like, it's a lot. It's not like I'm not paying attention to it, but it makes it really, really, really difficult to have the air to like talk about like Canadian stuff, which is why I'm not covering anything in the US right now until after the Canadian election is over. I refuse to cover like any of it, because if you want coverage of American stuff, there are Americans covering it. There are plenty of people talking about it. Like, I am aware that like over this weekend there were huge, massive protests in the US protesting what's happening. Massive protests. There's attacks on healthcare. There's attacks on like data preservation and archivists and libraries, and still attacks on trans people and attacks on autistic people. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on down there. I am paying attention. I'm also still paying attention to what's going on in Gaza and Palestine. I'm paying attention to a lot of things right now, but I really, really, really only have the bandwidth to cover so many things at once in a stream. And there aren't that many people covering Canadian politics right now. So like 2 or 3 months from announcement to election, yeah, like a little bit more time might be nice. Especially for this one feels really weird because it's not like people didn't know an election was coming while the Liberals were going through their leadership campaign, and it doesn't feel like any of the other parties prepped. They had time to prepare and they did not prepare. We don't know why they didn't prepare, but they didn't. It's so bizarre to me. And like, the Liberals, I can at least understand being a little bit on the back foot because they had to do a leadership race first, and they had like a week before having to pivot into another campaign. That's a lot. That's a lot to deal with. But like, Jesus Christ, man. we gotta be a bit better about that. Yeah, maybe we'll go straight into election stuff since we're already talking about it, and then I'll talk about the concert and shit that I went to after that. I can't research the campaign if we just found out the leader. Yeah. No. It's fine. It's just easier than switching topics multiple times. But yeah, so, let me see. I think there's like the, yeah, so I'm gonna cover the sex worker thing just because that's the thing I'm the most passionate about, and also the thing that's getting, it's getting some coverage, but like not as much as I would like. I'm gonna wait for the ad break to end so that no one misses anything. But yeah, I'm gonna start with that, and then we'll get into some general stuff. There's been some folks covering stuff, but sex work issues tend to not be covered well. Hey, Steph. What is that? Oh, you got a new cord for the camera? Maybe? Possibly? I'm already so heated. Yeah, I'm heated too. Do you want to just chuck that over here and then I can look at it? I'm in the middle of an ad break for another 30 seconds anyway. Or you can open it. That works too. Yeah, I'm pretty heated too. I'm kind of annoyed. I actually unfollowed somebody who I had been following for Canadian, like, he's sort of like liberal-ish, not like super far left, but I unfollowed somebody for some stuff that came up during this. I'm like, no, I'm not following you if this is how you handle sex work issues. Nope, absolutely the fuck not. Yeah, give me a sec. I'm just gonna, more like a centrist person. Yeah, kind of. One sec, I gotta mute the mic so this doesn't make a loud ass noise. 1 second. Okay, can you all hear me? Can you hear me? Is the pop gone? Please tell me the pop is gone. The weird noise is gone. But yeah, so it's someone who's like more centrist-y. Yes, Lucy says the noise is better. I can't hear shit, so. I can see your little arm. That's too much ambient sound. Oh, I mostly just hear you walking around, honey. Yeah, that sound I think might be it only happens when I talk, so that might be OBS might have broken their noise gate that I'm using. Let me see if I can adjust. Cheers. So I turn down noise suppression. Let me know if that's better. Because if it's the noise gate, then I can change that or use a different one. But I do hear what you mean, that there's like a weird little sound. This is like a fuzz? Yeah. It's just hard to tell if it's like software or hardware. If it's happening regardless, it might, I don't know if it's the cord or hopefully it's not the camera, because that would fucking suck, because I don't know what to do about that. Did changing the noise gate a little bit help, or like did it help at all? So you can't hear it when you record on yours. It's just when I'm streaming. So maybe it is like a software problem. Change didn't seem to affect anything. Okay, so let me see. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Okay. All right, I changed the quality of the noise suppression, turned it up. It's using more CPU, but it should be fine because it's not like I'm using that much. Let me know if that's better. If it's better, then maybe I'll just turn the noise suppression off. See if that changes it too. Because like I can't hear what you guys are hearing. And there would be no way for me to check without, because it would, like, I have auditory processing issues, so even if I played it on my phone, I wouldn't, like, this is a subtle enough noise that I can't really hear it. But yeah, let me know if that's at least better. Like, talking quiet. Well, I can't talk quiet, my dude. It's only there when you speak, but it's not annoying, so I would say it's better. Okay, so it's not like, it's better than before. Okay. It's just really annoying, because like, so let me see if I just, if I just remove the noise suppression, is that even better? Gone? Better? I'm so sorry for the tech issues. This is just how streaming goes, I guess. Oh god, is it really bad now? The suppression works? Now the noise that was happening when you were talking is loud and always there. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I can fix that then. That's a thing I can fix. Yeah, I turned the noise suppression back on. So what I can do is if I put on a noise gate as well, let me see. I don't know what to make the threshold, but like, hopefully whatever the default is should be okay. Let me know if it's gone when I'm talking. Or if the thing I added is like weird. So I added another filter that should, it's a noise gate, so hopefully there's, even when I'm talking, there should be less noise. It could just be that there's like a sound happening. It's not worse, but it's still there when you talk. Okay. I'm just gonna get rid of the noise gate for now, just because I don't know how that works. And we'll just use the noise suppression. Hopefully that's enough just for today, and then I'll fiddle around with some stuff. I guess I think I should workshop this later when you're not live, yeah. But I will make a note here. Oh. Stream audio. Cool. Okay, I have a note. I have a note so I won't forget this time. But as long as it's not as bad as it was, that's all I can hope for. Okay, sick. So yeah, back to the news. I'm gonna cover the so the preamble is this is fine. The noise gate did help, just didn't make it perfect. Okay, yeah, I can add it back then. If it was helping, I can have it. I just don't know how to make it like accurate, you know? Way better now, don't worry. Yeah, I appreciate that. So I'll just leave it on like whatever the default is. It probably just means I need to move some sliders around for like where the noise problem is, but yeah, we'll do that when we don't have stream delay, and then Steph and I can figure it out. Do what I could for right now. Yeah. So yeah, basically what happened was someone I follow on TikTok named Jessica Wetz. She's amazing. She does primarily medical advocacy, where and like women's health. So she shares her experiences dealing with like accessing testing and diagnostics and doctors and medical stuff, and like how to advocate for yourself when you're at the doctor, how to get access to your records and what your rights are with that, and like just talks a lot about health stuff. Like me, she also has EDS, and I can speak from experience. Getting an EDS diagnosis is extremely fucking difficult. You have to push a lot to get access to an EDS diagnosis. Doctors will fight you every step of the way. It's a lot. So the work she does is invaluable for people who need support, right? Something I didn't know, because it doesn't like come up in her advocacy at all. She has like hundreds of thousands of followers on TikTok where she does her advocacy. Apparently she also does OnlyFans. I didn't know that. It doesn't come up. She doesn't talk about it really on her like advocacy like social media. She has like, I think she said she had 60 followers on OF, and now she has 160 because of it's probably gone up now even more because of this attention. But like, yeah, she does OnlyFans. Like, I do OnlyFans. I don't give a fuck. It's fine. But she, as her position as a like advocate for people and as a social media person, got invited by the NDP to be on their campaign bus and talk to Jagmeet Singh, because I think the NDP are doing a lot with sorry, I gotta turn my noise cancellation on because Steph's wandering around. So invited a bunch of like people from social media and stuff on to talk to them about various stuff. And sorry, what's that? Steph, if you could not do that. I know you want lunch, but the pop can opening noise is so loud. But yeah, so yeah, they had her on for some social media stuff to talk to Jagmeet. The NDP have been doing a lot of like reaching out to like on social media. They've been doing a social media focused campaign, which you can have your own opinion on whether that's an effective use of their resources or not. Fuck. Hi, Pie. Thanks for the Korok. Jesus Christ. Actually, as an aside, me having the alerts while I'm IRL streaming is gonna be a time, because you are going to deep fry Korok me in public, aren't you? I know y'all are gonna do that. Fuck. Okay, cool. Thanks, Pint. Welcome in. But yeah, so I'm gonna play the video. And then we'll talk about why I'm so angry. I've given it a thought. I know you have. Like, I'm sure you won't do it when I'm, like, doing something where I might hurt myself. I trust you. But, like, no, I'm not that mean. But if it would be embarrassing, I know you would. Oh, God. Like, I've never IRL streamed before, so it's gonna be a great experience dealing with you guys doing alerts while I'm in public. Especially because, like, you guys don't even know most of, like, I don't think... There's some alerts that I have that have never gone off before that I've made. I also still have to... I made the clip, and we'll go through that after the politics hour. But I made a clip of the fucking trans rights equals P thing, and I still need to make that into an alert. I might make that, like, a low-level bit alert. But yeah, so... TikTok, please don't autoplay. Thank you. So yeah, this is Jessica, and she's awesome. This is a Stitch. She's gonna talk about the situation. So, like, give it a sec. This is also, like, fuck off.
Decide what goes on inside our borders.
This is batshit crazy. I have 3 TikTok accounts with 500,000 followers talking about human rights and women's health, and this is how they want to summarize me. And the NDP threw me under the bus. They invited me on. All because one pro-genocidal dude on Twitter got a viral tweet. I made a video talking about mechanisms of genocide, one of which is dehumanization, and an example of this is how during the Holocaust Hitler referred to Jewish babies as animals, and then they did what to them. And then the Palestinian government, I showed a clip of them saying the same thing about Palestinian babies. And she
Let me see if I can up the volume a bit. I can.
thinks that's disrespectful to compare the two. In this education system in our country, in every single province, you learn to compare and contrast genocide and apartheid and able to understand it by looking at examples through history. In the video me and Jagmeet make together, we talk about how they need to stop censoring Palestinian voices, and then they go on to say that I won't be participating in future campaign events. They had the opportunity here to say, hey, we didn't know that she did SW, but because her main platform is women's health, but we stand with SWs because we support marginalized communities, and we also stand with the Palestinians. And, like, imagine like, criminal case that South Africa brought forward to the International Court of Justice. They talk about what Israel is doing and say it's an apartheid by comparing it to South Africa. Do you think people in South Africa are saying, how dare you compare our apartheid to that? These aren't relatable at all? No, because they're using examples of the mechanisms you use in apartheid. They made pro-genocide propaganda with one email.
Stop it. I hate autoplay. I hate autoplay so much. So,
American military does not get
yeah. The media request thing, basically it sends in, links and stuff. So if you want me to click like a YouTube link or a TikTok link or anything like that, that way it just means that, like, I'm not, like, I try not to, like, click random links, just for, like, safety on stream. And it helps me, like, keep a queue of what's going on, because then that way if it gets lost in chat, then I have it in the activity feed, so I can, like, click over, and if things get lost, I can still find it, you know? So it makes it just, like, a little bit easier to track, and that way, like, you seem chill, like, immediately, but I definitely have had people send really weird stuff. They'll, like, first time chat, just send me shit, and I'm like, buddy, please. Did you make new channel point redeems, or am I wrong? I don't think I have in a bit, but unlike me who can't find anything, yeah. Yeah. But Lucy, you're different. You're special. You have a key to my house. I feel like anyone who has a key to my house, I can trust to do whatever. It's fine. But yeah, so the thing that makes me really annoyed about this situation is, okay, they invited her on, and then the NDP have been posturing like they give a shit about Palestine, and then she made a video that was pro-Palestine. And like, the thing that's apparently a big no-no is comparing one genocide to another. Like, look, this may be a hot fucking take, but I think putting the Holocaust on this untouchable pedestal of unique atrocity is, like, it is unique in that it's its own thing, but it's like, it is extremely bad. I'm not saying that, but like, I don't think treating it as this like isolated monstrous incident is healthy, not because it's not extremely bad, but because treating it as this weird divergence from normal humanity means that we can't see when it's happening. Putting on the pedestal is extremely bad. Yes, true, right, cool, got it. Yes, but like, it is this like super bad thing. I'm not saying it's good. It's really bad, and it's kind of unique in its like, the underlying shit has happened before. It was just like a very unique expression of this common thinking. Things don't need to be one-to-one to compare, yes. It's one of a kind, not unique as in no other disgusting, abhorrent, bad shit happens. Yes, exactly. So like, I don't think it's unfair to compare the Holocaust with, like, the extermination of indigenous people. I don't think it's unfair to compare it in some ways to, like, chattel slavery and the, like, transatlantic slave trade. I think it's fair to compare those things because they have at their core the same ideas of supremacy and dehumanization, right? And like, all genocides have things in common. Like, and I'm not saying this as someone who doesn't take the Holocaust seriously. I have Jewish family, I have Jewish friends. Also, during the Holocaust, and this is not covered, I have talked about it before in chat, but like, disabled people were amongst the first targets of like the actual death part of the Holocaust, and the ideas that caused the Germans then to harm disabled people have never, ever, anywhere on earth been adequately dealt with. They are still common. That's just, people just still think disabled people don't deserve to live. Still. Disabled people only got voting rights in Canada after I was born. I'm 34. I'm not old. I know to Zoomers I might seem old. I was born before I had voting rights because I'm disabled. Like, that's a thing. Honestly, as a history person, it needs to be discussed in the context of those things because its methods were inspired by them. Yes, like, legitimately, Jim Crow laws inspired the Holocaust. The way that America, and in some ways also Canada, treated indigenous people and black people is the inspiration for the Holocaust. I did not know that at all. Yeah, like, a lot of the atrocities that Canada does do not get covered. So, like, and the thing is, though, Jessica brings this up in her video, we are literally taught in school, I don't know if it's still the curriculum, but we were taught to compare and contrast different things. Specifically World War I and World War II. We would compare those all the time. But but like understanding the context of history and the underlying thoughts and the causes and the effects and how those all relate to like other things, this is important work to do. I'm not saying, like, if I compare the transphobia I face with the ableism I face, I'm not saying one of these is more important than the other. I'm saying that there is underlying ideology that affects both, or there's similar mechanisms to both. And I'm picking those two as examples because I face both of them. Intersectionality means that we can look at different kinds of oppression and different kinds of harms and understand where they overlap and intersect or influence each other or amplify each other, because they do. I think it shouldn't be controversial to say that like the oppression I face as a sex worker is affected by the fact that I'm disabled. That if I wasn't disabled, the things I faced as a sex worker would be different. Would be less severe in a lot of ways. I grew up in Catholic school. They do not teach anyone about the shit they did to Indigenous people. I didn't learn that shit because they were trying to hide it. Yeah. I honestly, like, it doesn't really get covered in public school either. It does a little bit. I had a teacher that definitely covered it in relative detail. The idea that gender dysphoria is in the DSM is a way to stigmatize trans people all the time. Yeah. The keyboard, yeah, it takes a while to adjust for sure. Like, I get that with the work phone where I'm like, fuck, it's a new keyboard. But yeah, like, or also on top of that, a lot of oppression is disabling. Like, redlining means that Black people end up living in neighborhoods that are more likely to have toxic shit in the water and the air. Flint is an example of how being an oppressed minority, being poor and being Black, means that you're going to be disabled because no one gives a shit when you're being poisoned, right? I've never experienced gender dysphoria. I'm very glad that you haven't. I do here and there. Mostly it was about my chest, and like, I rarely experience dysphoria. I mostly get euphoria, but yeah. It does now. The curriculum was changing when I was in grade 12. Awesome! I'm old, so I don't know this shit. I'm glad they're covering it now. But yeah, it's, so, comparing and contrasting two different atrocities that have, similarities is an appropriate thing to do, and it is not anti-Semitic to say that Israel as a state is doing something genocidal. I think it's more anti-Semitic to pretend that Jewish people somehow are immune from the kinds of bad ideas that affect all human beings. That is dehumanizing. That is, like, a kind of oppression that I'm familiar with as, like, an autistic person and as a disabled person. Because people go like, oh, you're disabled, ooh, baby bean, you can do no wrong. And it's like, please fucking hold us to standards. Like, as an autistic person, they go like, oh, well, you don't understand, you can't do a consent violation because you don't know what that is. It's like, yes, I fucking can. I understand consent. I understand consent better than most people. And it's like, fuck, just because you don't hold, like, autistic cis white dudes to any level of fucking expectation doesn't mean that, like, we actually don't understand. The Holocaust was the first real use of the methods of industrialization to commit genocide and mass death, but the reasons, the justification, and other things about it are very similar. You learn that by comparing them. Yeah. And again, like, no one learns about the fact that, like, Japan was doing very similar things in Asia that gets overshadowed. There are a lot of other situations that are, like, similar that we don't learn about. Because it is much easier to imagine that, well, like, the Nazis flew a different flag. They were different. They were unique monsters, and we could never become that. Because we're better than that. And it's like, no, literally we're not. Anyone can fall down their alt-right pipeline if you're not if you're not looking out for it and you don't know what to look out for and you don't have a support structure to keep you out of it. And I'm not saying this from like theory. I nearly fell down the alt-right pipeline when I was in university. Very nearly did. Specifically because, and we'll get into this in a bit, but specifically because the left failed me. Like, the way that certain feminists were covering sex work issues and kink, like the anti-kink, anti-sex work, puritanical feminists were shoving me right so fucking hard. I very, very, very nearly ended up down that pipeline because, like, I had a lived experience of something that feminists were telling me, were saying things that did not jive with my actual lived experience. And I went, well, then you're a piece of shit then, fuck you. And I didn't understand that there were different waves of feminism. There were different kinds of feminists. And now I consider I don't know if I would call myself a feminist because that's a very complicated label. But in so much as, like, I stand against misogyny and I stand for women's rights and liberation for people of all genders, I definitely consider myself that. So if that means I'm a feminist, then I'm a feminist. But yeah, I didn't ultimately fall down the alt-right pipeline, and it was primarily because Mara, who's in chat sometimes, she's my ex-girlfriend, did a really, really, really good job of pivoting me away from that by listening to my concerns when I was really, really, really upset about some things that, like, some feminists were doing and the way that feminists were talking about things that I cared really deeply about, and, like, made sure that I felt heard, and then showed me, honestly, feminist porn. Feminist porn is what pulled me out of the alt-right a little bit, and then Gamergate happened and it pushed me all the way back left. Because Gamergate assholes were fascists, and I didn't realize. I thought they had actual concerns, and when I tried to bring up actual concerns, because I'm like, oh, you also think this puritanical bullshit is stupid, and then they'd attack me for being a sex worker. I'm like, what the fuck? What? So yeah, like, anyone is vulnerable to falling down that pipeline. And as soon as you think you're not vulnerable to it is when you're the most vulnerable to it. I promise you that if you're not working hard to make sure that you stay curious and, like, check facts and stuff, you can end up in conspiracy theories. And once you end up in conspiracy theories, even if they're left-wing conspiracy theories, those end up in anti-Semitism real fucking fast. I was a little slower, and it wasn't that I was pulled left. I was always left in principle, but yeah, a bunch of stupid shit on the right snapped me out of thinking they had constructive things to say. Yeah. Very much similar. Like, I always had, like, leftish views. I think it was more I went, like, libertarian. I was never gonna be, like, a Christian nationalist. That was never a thing that I was going to be. I'm not really vulnerable to that because I've had too much religious bullying and stuff. They masked off in a super disgusting way, yeah. And the thing is, Gamergate happened, and I saw, and I went, pivoted super left, found a bunch of, like, progressive left-wing folks to hang around that had nuance and actual compassion and were doing leftism in a productive way. And they were like, hey, these are going to turn into Nazis, and they're going to go into the government. We saw the warning signs then, and I was like, trying to avoid conspiracy theories, but I do see the pattern. And then the Gamergator that set off 100,000 people hate brigading me for 2 days ended up in the White House, and I was like, oh, okay, cool, love that. That was fun. But yeah, so that was wild. But yeah, if you ever see the name Gail Dines, fuck Gail Dines. Gail Dines can eat my entire ass and choke on it. Do not like that woman. I got blocked by her on Twitter when I told her to stop comparing the worst traumas of my life to the best days at my job. I'm like, those are not the same thing, and she blocked me. We saw a TikTok today that was basically, I'm not a leftist because they're ableist, and the implications to be, and that's why you can't be mad at disabled people voting Republican. So I will cover that in a bit, but I don't necessarily disagree with that take. She does not deserve to eat your ass, that is true. I unfortunately give the benefit of the doubt a little too long sometimes. Yes, but I mean, that's very endearing about you. Like, I do think, basically what's happening to a lot of disabled people is, similar to what happened to me with sex work stuff. And a lot of, like, really aggressive targeting. Whereas sex workers aren't targeted, everyone fucking hates us, so that makes it a little bit easier. But, like, I can say this objectively speaking as a leftist. Leftists want disabled people to die. It's really infuriating to deal with. Like, legitimately, the attack on Jessica about being a sex worker, most sex workers are disabled. Like, you cannot bring a disabled person on and then get mad when they do sex work because you don't provide any other options. Like, a lot of the attacks on sex workers are attacks on trans people and disabled people is what they end up being. And other, like, racialized people, immigrants, that sort of thing. But yeah. So, like, I'm really mad that the NDP threw a sex worker under the bus after they had been, honestly, I think I gave them too much credit. Jagmeet Singh listened to sex worker activists one fucking time, and then Randall Garrison was the NDP MP that was in the Justice Committee when the PCPA Bill C-36 review was happening, and he was very pro-sex work, and is like, sex work and trafficking are not the same thing. Can we stop talking about sex work? Jesus fucking Christ. He was great. I think I gave the party too much credit for this one dude being great. I think because Charlie Angus, who I normally really appreciate, invited a bunch of American anti-trafficking, anti-sex work orgs to attack Pornhub. So, like, whatever. I call myself an anarchist punk because of reasons. I always want to try and help people fight the good fight, and I do agree with what you say. Everyone is vulnerable to these ideas. I'm super emotional. If I were to ever use my stuff for evil, I'd be disgusted with myself. I even cry when I accidentally harm people, but imagine me being a piece of shit. We have each other to keep tabs and keep an eye out. Yeah. Like, being worried about it is what helps avoid it. Is, like, being aware that it's possible. But yeah, it's like, I think I gave the NDP too much credit. They threw her under the bus for being pro-Palestinian in a very milquetoasty way, and put her on a platform for her to get attacked. And when she inevitably got fucking attacked, because that's what happens to progressive women in public, they get attacked by the right. They just went, you fucking deal with it. We're washing our hands of it. I'm like, you put her in that line of fire and then left her to fucking deal with it because, what, you can't stand with a sex worker? You can't stand with someone who, like, fuck off. Also, she's literally... You're surprised she's pro-Palestinian? You're surprised she's pro-Palestinian. NDP. You don't vet the ideas of the people who come to... How did you not know? How did you not know? Anyway, so, like, I'm super mad about this situation. I'm also really mad that, like, I'm glad that people are covering sex work as an issue and being like, it is not fair for her to be thrown under the bus because she does sex work and for her to be attacked like that. But also, like, it's frustrating because it's like, I want to be happy that, you know, because sometimes people need a personal connection to something to care. Right? To care about an issue. And if this is what gets people to care about sex worker rights issues, great. But also, like, the ones who do political commentary, where were you during the Pornhub shit? When people were attacking Pornhub? Where were you during PCPA? Where were you, where are you on all the age verification stuff that's attacking us? Where are you on deplatforming? Where are you any other time? Like, if you're getting into this topic now, great, cool, love to have you. Platform sex worker voices, and actually, I don't know, fucking cover it. Because we've been attacked for the last fucking... Well, I've been in the industry for over a decade, so it's been longer than that. And it's just really, 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 really frustrating. I will say, to what Scripted was just saying, as far as... I'm trying to find where the thing is. As far as, like, disabled people pivoting right, there's a thing I wanted to cover, probably not super, super in depth, but this came up. This is a new report that came out. I'm on CP24, because, this got linked in one of the Discords I'm in through a Ground News, post, and Ground News, for those who don't know, will break down coverage on a topic from left, center-leaning, right-leaning. There is no left-wing coverage of this report, of this United Nations report, talking about how Canada needs to repeal MAID for non-terminal disabled people. There is no left-wing coverage. It is all right-wing or center. Because the left has abandoned disabled people. There's also a lot of times when people argue in favor of abortion, they use eugenics talking points and talk about how, well, you should be able to abort a disabled child. Like, the only groups talking about the dangers of MAID are right-wing. There was, or disabled people who might be left, but there aren't really left-wing organizations who are, like, listening to us about this. So when disabled people veer really, really, really far to the right, I don't go quite as far as saying, like, you can't blame them for voting Republican, because you absolutely can still hold people responsible for the choices that they make. I can understand why they're making that decision, though. Same as I can understand why, like, someone who's got family in Gaza couldn't bring themselves to vote for Kamala after she said lethal military and we support Israel and shit. I can understand why someone, like, couldn't bring themselves to vote against their own interests to that extent. I still think, like, on balance, I try not to be a single issue voter. I wouldn't, like, if the NDP were likely to win in my riding, would I not vote NDP because of what happened to Jessica? If they were the best option to beat the Conservatives. That's a hard call to make, right? Like, it would be hard for me to say, like, I'm gonna vote against my own interests. Even though, like, you know, the Liberals aren't, every fucking party sucks on sex work. The NDP and the Conservatives have been extra bad about, like, being and the Bloc, fucking goddamn the Bloc, have been very pro the age verification route. The Liberals actually were, like, the least bad as far as, like, their online harms bill was, like, the least shitty way to deal with that, because it at least had privacy as any sort of important factor. But I do see why disabled people sometimes have a hard time bringing themselves to vote for the Liberals who brought this in, the NDP who support it, and might go Conservative. Or who might veer right because the only news outlets that are covering this, other than, like, CP24, was, like, the National Post and the, like, far-right newspapers are covering this. So if you're disabled trying to look for information on MAID because you're concerned about it, well, the only news sources you're going to get are going to be filled with right-wing propaganda, or might be centrist, which because of the Overton window shift, is like center right anyway. So like, you're going to be bombarded with a bunch of right-wing propaganda anyway. So once you're already kind of sympathetic in that direction, it's going to push you that way. Like, I'm not saying that's good. It's just, I totally understand why that's happening. And like, if you want to know my fucking opinions on MAID, I imagine if we quickly skim through this, I imagine the UN probably feels the same way I do, which is that because there's social determinants of health that are not supported by the current Canadian system, that offering MAID in that context is coercive. Like, if someone does not have access to the treatment they need to live a good quality of life, they're just offered death instead. Like, that's not really a free choice. And if someone made that choice on their own, that's fine, I understand that. But money being spent on death instead of care, when we have this massive underfunding problem in healthcare in Canada, is absurd to me. So like, this is where I get mad at the left, is they abandon certain marginalized groups immediately, or have like never even supported those groups. And again, I support people's right to self-determination when they have a terminal illness, deciding how they want the end of their life to look. Totally get that. I've had enough family members go through terminal illness that like I get it. I'm also looking at like one of my highest likelihoods of how I will probably die is like cancer, because there's a lot of cancer risk in my family. I do a lot to avoid it, but like, I'm at extremely high risk of throat cancer. So I get checked regularly. We do every couple of years I get my throat checked, but like, and I'm like really on top of my acid reflux, but like, I'm at risk for stuff like this, right? Our doctors lost their licenses when MAID came in and they were too quick to suggest it. Honestly, weirdly, like, I'm okay with that, because the people who are too quick to suggest it, so the way that MAID is supposed to work, track 2. So there's track 1, which is terminal illness, right? And MAID's allowed to be offered as part of your palliative care. Track 2 is people who do not have a reasonable assumption of like, you're going to die soon. You don't have like a death prognosis. It's, you have some sort of long-term chronic condition, and to get approved for it, it has to be something that is... Welcome in! Welcome in, Salt.
The
Thank you
True
for the 11
Salt
months.
King just resubscribed.
Welcome in. But yeah, it's like, so track 2, you have to qualify for it. Like, I probably, like, if I asked for it, I wouldn't be approved for it, because like, my medical conditions are like long lasting and such. Memes came from when it first got put in. It's since become a very different animal. Yeah. And like, but like with track 2, the thing is, part of how the law works is you're not allowed to offer. The person has to ask about it. Is how it's supposed to work. That's not how it works. I've had friends of mine, legitimately, people that I have met in person. Plus I have like online friends as well, but people I've met in person who have been offered MAID before track 2 even existed, who were non-terminal, happy, disabled people who were like, you know, relatively healthy. They're just like, oh, you have a poor quality of life because you can't walk and you need help going to the bathroom. Do you want to die? It's like, who the fuck asked you? I had one friend who went to the ER for something completely unrelated, like, to their chronic issues. It was just like an acute, like, fucking broke their leg or something. I can't fucking remember. But it was like an acute issue. Went to the hospital, had to inpatient for like a week, and then were offered MAID. So like, the argument that the liberals had that like, it is discriminatory that some disabled people can have access to MAID and not all, that it's discriminating based on what disability they have, why don't able-bodied people get access to MAID? Why can't Steph just walk in and be like, hey, I don't want to live anymore because I don't have access to appropriate housing? But I could do that. If I was living in the conditions I lived in a decade ago, I could get MAID. Guarantee you, I could get approved for it. Same fucking medical conditions that now are fine. All I needed was like to not work retail and stop standing and lifting all day so I could accommodate myself and like be able to pace myself and take rests when I need to, and RMT. So, and like I guess my trainer too, but like I wasn't making progress on that until I quit doing retail. But like I just needed physiotherapy, which is not fucking covered by OHIP. RMT, not covered by OHIP. Both of those things cost me like $140 a month. I spend $300 a month on medical care that is not covered. That and fucking for a living, which Lord knows the government doesn't want me doing that, means that like I have an amazing quality of life. I feel fine. I'm fine. My pain levels, like we went over this last stream, my pain levels used to be an 8 out of 10 when I woke up in the morning. Now it's a 5. I'm fine. 5 feels like heaven to me, honestly. And occasionally I hit a 4, and it's magic. Do you have any idea how good 4 out of 10 pain feels like to someone who's used to 8? Keep in mind, that's not a linear scale. That shit's exponential. You have no idea how amazing I feel all the time that I can sit like this, unsupported, and I'm fine. Am I in pain right now? Absolutely. Am I in an amount of pain that's like making me want to fucking lay down and cry? No, I'm doing amazing right now. So like, I have massive issues with MAID. I do think that like, in a world where there was like UBI and everything, like people could get access to any medical treatment that they wanted and people just went, no, I don't want to do that. There was like absolutely no pressure on them whatsoever and they could just like make a decision. Great, cool, fine. Or, you know, if there were options out there. But a thing I've always said is a right to die without a right to live is not a choice. That's murder is what that is. That's just murder. And I don't put that on the healthcare providers that are trying to give people the access to the choice that they're trying to make. Because I also understand that people who want MAID don't want to be forced. Like, as a sex worker, I understand having an option taken away because it's not ideal isn't great. I get that. I've been there. But, like, we need to pivot our resource. Like, let's fund better healthcare first. Let's fund better accessible housing first. Like, if someone wants to die because they don't have access to RMT, fucking why don't we fund RMT then? Give people massages so their backs don't hurt. Or like, you know, people keep working jobs that are inaccessible to them. Make the job accessible. Pay them enough to stay home so they don't have to work through hurting themselves. MAID without comprehensive and accessible healthcare is just eugenics with extra steps. Exactly. It's just getting us to consent to eugenics. It's manufacturing consent, really. It's not even genuine consent. And like, I don't blame anyone who goes, I'm in too much pain and I don't have any other options. I get that. I don't blame people for taking that as an out if they're at that point. I've literally been there before where I've been in so much pain that I didn't want to live anymore. I've been there. But we can't, like, this can't be our priority. And I think having Track 2 come back when we've made sure there's actual fucking safeguards in place, sure, I'd probably be more okay with it then. But, like, there's no requirement when someone applies for this to try and see, like, okay, is there treatment that you want that you can't get that would maybe change your mind if we paid for it? You know what I mean? It's anger at the system that's failing them, not anger at the people who take their only conceivable choice. Yeah. And I'm not even mad at the like medical providers that are offering that choice, right? I'm mad that we've allowed healthcare to degrade to the point where this is the option that people think that they have to take. And again, I'd understand if you had been in, like, if you had, for example, like unrelenting nerve pain that no painkiller could touch and nerve ablation wasn't working, and you've tried literally every conceivable treatment and every conceivable medication, and you're still in so much pain that you don't want to live, I do think that person should have a choice to decide not to suffer anymore. I genuinely do. My problem is it also gets offered to someone like me who, like, yeah, I was in fucking pain, severe suffering, but there was an option to make my life not that bad that you could just give me instead. The political climate that allowed everything to degrade to this point, yeah, exactly. Like I want to live in a world where if someone goes, my life is so bad that I don't want to live it anymore, and people go like, what can we do to make things better that could conceivably change your mind? And if someone goes, literally there's nothing, then okay, fine, absolutely fine, I get it. Self-determination, bodily autonomy, I get it. I wouldn't disagree with you at that point. But if there's options, like, I would want to live if I could get in and out of my house. I would want to live if I could sleep without being in so much pain. I would want to live if every time I went out in my wheelchair, people didn't jeer at me or like call me names. Or like, I'd want to live if I had access. Like, there is one treatment that would work, but I can't afford it. Like, we shouldn't as a society be okay with the fact that people are making that choice because we're denying them their preferred option, right? And like, I do think it's slightly different than sex work because, like, again, sex isn't death. I do think, though, that if someone doesn't want sex work and there's a conceivable other option that would work for them that isn't sex work that they prefer to be doing but they don't have access to, we as a society should fucking give that to them. Anyone who doesn't want to be doing sex work, like actively does not want to be doing sex work, shouldn't have to do it to survive. Thank you for the follow. Follows are anonymous in case you want to just lurky lurk. But I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. But yeah. I just feel like if anyone's in a harm reduction scenario where they as a person are like, I would rather do this thing, but I can't do that thing, so I'm gonna do this other thing instead that I hate, but I hate less than dying. Or I hate less than suffering, whatever that suffering may be, right? We should give them this thing. Give them a way to get to this thing, right? But like, I like my job. If I was given every opportunity to have a different job, I would still want to do this. I like this job, right? I like what I do for a living. There are people who don't, and they should be given the opportunity to leave and not just punished for taking whatever option they have. And then with MAID, I really, really, really do think that if someone wants something else, that thing should be covered. Like, if someone just needs mental health care, give that to them. But yeah, so like, just quickly skimming. Yeah, track 2. The report recommends that Canada create a federal MAID watchdog to look into complaints and investigate the causes that lead people with disabilities applying for assisted death in the first place. Yes. So basically, like, if there's people who are trying to access it, not because they're in intractable pain or their condition can't be treated and they don't want to deal with it anymore, but there are treatments or social determinants of health that are causing them to seek MAID rather than their condition themselves, that I think is fair to like actually have something. MAID has offered a state-sanctioned relief for people who were failed by the government due to improper access to healthcare or housing, the report says. Yes. Poverty, lack of access to employment and services for people with disabilities, and lack of support system were also cited as factors. Yes. So, like, poverty is the big one. Disability payments like ODSP are not nearly high enough. And keep in mind also that, like, ODSP rates are like $1,100 a month. CERB was $2,000 a month. So there's a $900 gap between what the government assessed people needed to be able to survive and what the government gives disabled people every month to live. And on top of that, disabled people actually have a higher cost of living than other people because our treatments cost money that we don't have. Like I just said, I spend $300 a month to make sure that I can walk and sleep, right? Like, that's not a cost I would have if I was able-bodied. And that's not going into my medication, which for a chronically ill person is relatively low, but like my iron supplements that I'm on now, the higher strength ones, so like the fact that I'm not constantly passing out every fucking day, $90 a bottle. $90 a bottle so that I can stay awake. If I couldn't afford that, luckily, my doctor probably would have just given me transfusions instead, like iron infusions. But like, that should not be the position that I'm in. Pharmacare should be covered. Lack of access to employment and services, that's definitely a whole thing because a lot of services are in inaccessible buildings. $90? Yeah. Yeah. Because it's not a generic, that's why. It's like a proprietary thing. And like, again, I just said my medication's low. I have friends of mine who have medication that's like $200, $300 a bottle. Per bottle, every month. Mine at least is $90 for a bottle that I only have to refill every couple months. Like, medication's expensive. And like, I don't take, like, I raw dog my pain. I'm not on pain mint. I take 1 extra strength Tylenol every morning. And that's all I have for pain control. Not going too far into it, but my household is about $500 a month. Yeah. In meds. Yeah. It's, my favorite is that over-the-counter stuff is never counted towards disability costs. Like, yes, it's not the worst expense, but it adds up. It definitely does. Because, like, my old... like my Tylenol, that's over the counter. I spend a couple $100 on Tylenol every year. And that's now that I'm down to 1 a day. I used to be taking 8 every single day. That adds up. That's expensive. That gets expensive. Right? Like, cane tips. Cane tips are expensive. Canes are expensive. Those aren't covered. Wheelchairs are expensive. Those aren't fucking covered. My heating pad, that was like $100. And I need that. I can't survive in the winter without it. I'd be in so much agony. That's over the counter. Tylenol, ibuprofen, wraps, tape, it just goes on. Yeah. Over the counter, like, braces. I spent so much fucking money on, like, drugstore braces. Or like, this isn't covered. These are $200 a ring. And this is the only reason I can do my job without being in agony in my hands. Because it stops my fingers from bending backwards. These are expensive. Because they're made of silver. And because the plastic ones just, we're not cutting it. But yeah, so like all of this stuff is expensive. And like, getting access, like, there have been so many times when I was applying for ODSP the first time, there were so many times I'd have to go into buildings that the automatic door button was broken. The ramp was blocked. The accessible door was locked and I had to go up a flight of stairs instead. There were so many fucking times. Yeah, the plastic ones do hurt after a while. There were so many times where, like, I was trying to apply for ODSP and I physically couldn't get into the building that I had to get into to talk to someone about applying for ODSP. And I'm not even a full-time wheelchair user. I'm ambulant. I can walk a bit. At the time, a bit. Now I can walk kind of okay. A little bit. Not often, but I can walk. But like, assuming it's not the summer, but like or the winter. For 2 months out of the year, I'm good. But yeah, and like employment, like I don't know if I've covered this on stream in a while, but the functional unemployment rate for people with disabilities is like 50%. And that's not because there's research that's gone into it. It's not because jobs aren't, like, we couldn't do the job. There are jobs that people won't get hired for because they disclose that they're autistic, where autism has nothing the fuck to do with it. Where it's like a physical lifting job. It has nothing the fuck to do with what your neurotype. Honestly, autistic people would love to stock shelves. We're so good at organizing things that just let me sit in a fucking grocery store with my music on, not talking to anybody, just putting things on shelves. My EDS would hate that. My POTS would hate that. But me just organizing shit, I love that. There's a reason why I have 2 different positions where all I do is organize spreadsheets. That's like 90% of what I do. Like, as a minister in TST, well, I guess less as a minister, but as like a congregation head, most of what I do is send emails and fill out spreadsheets. That's like all I do. I just organize shit. My first thing that I did when I became a co-congregation head for TST Toronto was organize our files. Legitimately, that's what I did. It took me like 2 months. I went through all of our various Google Drives, made a list of every file we had, and then sat around organizing it into like an organizational chart, presented that to all the other leadership, and went, this is how I think it makes the most sense to be organized so we know where things are. If you want me to make a change, let me know. And they went, yeah, if you change this one thing, and then it's like organized in a way that makes sense to us. And I'm like, okay. And then it took me forever to like rearrange it all. But yeah, then it all got rearranged into one Google Drive that we all had access to, what we needed to. Hi, Kat. Welcome in. Welcome in. But like, yeah, I love organizing shit. Can I get a fucking office job? No. Legitimately, I know I can't get an office job because of my cane. Because there was a period in my life where I was unemployed for 9 months. I don't really talk about that stuff all the time, but I was unemployed for 9 months. So I had worked in the back of the Value Village, pricing clothes and then stocking like the shelves and stuff. It got to the point where I was doing physically so badly that I wasn't coming into work because I didn't have cell service in my basement apartment, and I literally couldn't crawl up the stairs to get to where service was. I was doing so badly, physically speaking. I was bedridden for weeks at a time. It was horrific. And I kept asking them to move me to cashier because I knew I could do cashier because I'd done that at grocery store before I moved. Yeah. Timing is perfect, literally. So I was like, please, could you give me accessible work? But they're like, well, head office says, like, because you don't have a diagnosis, we legally don't have to. So they wouldn't move me. So that was great. That was awesome. And I ended up getting fired because I physically couldn't do the job anymore, and I kept not coming into my shifts and like no call, no showing. And it's not because I didn't want to call in. I didn't want to fuck over my team. I just physically couldn't. So when I got fired, my manager informed me and then said like, hey, like, obviously we'll still pay you for today, and like, we know you're a hard worker. Like, when you're looking for a job, still put us on your resume or whatever, because we will speak well of you. You are a really good worker. You just can't do this job. You just physically can't do this. And it's not your fault. So I lost a job because of being disabled, because the corporate wouldn't accommodate me. And I was undiagnosed because getting diagnosis is really hard. I got fired from so many jobs because of being disabled. Yeah. So I looked for more work. I have no problem with the actual manager that I was dealing with. My manager was fine. It's not his fault. So I went to go look for jobs. I was applying for fucking everything. But the problem is, a lot of job applications will have like, can you lift 30 pounds? And it's like, no, I can't. Yeah, they weren't as shitty as they could have been. They were decent. And like, it's mainly like the head office's fault, for insisting that I have like a diagnosis, and then also my old doctor for being a dumbass and not helping. But yeah, so I went to look for work, saying that you have to be able to lift a certain amount to work at like a Claire's or something. And I'm like, bud, like, just have the other person working that day do the lifting. So I had to learn to lie. Office jobs are like 30 pounds lifting, but we're definitely not just being ableist. It's like, why the fuck would I have to lift that much weight? Why? Literally, why? In what world? But so like, there was already a bunch of retail jobs that I was applying to that would turn me down because like I'd show up with a cane, or like I would just say on the application, like, I can't lift that much, or like I can lift that much, but only like a couple times. See, printer paper, ooh. Yeah, and it's like, you know what I do? You know what I do when I need to print something and I need to load a printer? I open the box and then take a package, which is not 30 pounds, it's like 5 pounds. And worst case scenario, I open the fucking package, take half of the paper and load it, and take the other half. I just walk twice. You just do it in stages. Because unlike a lot of able-bodied people, I'm just efficient. I know how to compensate. I've been like this my whole life. I'm capable of doing things. Nobody ever actually lifts the printer paper box because it's a workplace injury risk. Yeah, who the fuck would do that? That's what the dolly is for. Yes, and I can pull a dolly. Worst case scenario, you just lean on it and it'll move. There's a fluff in my sock and I don't want that in my toe. Just call me a slur. Yes. So like, I'd apply for like retail jobs and stuff. Like all those jobs were like, you have to be able to lift things. I'm like, fuck, can't. And even if I lied on the thing and I came in with a cane, they would just turn me away. There's another time too where I applied for an office job and I was so mad because I don't fucking bother now, but I didn't have dyed hair. I didn't have piercings. I didn't have tattoos. I still had like a goth wardrobe, but I would specifically like put on blouses I got from my grandmother. Like I'd put on like a button-up shirt and like a nice skirt and curl my hair, and I fucking burnt my hand trying to curl my hair so I would look like an office lady. Socially acceptable. Yeah, like I tried to look as much like a normal fucking person as I could, as non-alternative as possible. Like genuinely tried. Showed up to this interview. Because like on paper, it looked like a job that I'd be really well qualified for, because my dad has a medical office that I used to do back-end stuff for. So I would do filing, and I wouldn't do the answering the phones parts of reception, but I do everything else. So I couldn't answer the phone. I was like 12. You can't answer the phones at a doctor's office when you're 12. There's laws about that. But I could do filing, so I knew how to do filing. I knew how to do some bookkeeping because I helped my mom with that because I knew how to do math. I'm like, I don't know how to use QuickBooks, but I'm a millennial. I can figure that out. I just went like, you know, I'm very good at figuring out software. I programmed before, so there's no software you can give me that I won't be able to figure out. Easily learnable. I'm like, I know how to use Excel already, so like I do know enough that like I could figure it out in like a week. So it's like, okay, on paper I look qualified to do this job because I'd done office work for my parents for like a decade, from like when I was 12 to 20 or whatever, or 10 to 20. I fell into a disability hellhole call center work, and man, do they know that people have little other choice. God damn. Yeah, I never ended up in a call center because I knew I couldn't make phone calls. Like calling out, I really struggled with. Answering calls, I struggled with. I can do it for reception because there's like the number calculating application. Yeah, it's like Google Sheets. If you know what Google Sheets is, Excel is like the old Microsoft exclusive version of that. But it's like it's a big spreadsheet program. With like the grid of squares, and you put numbers and shit in it. Yeah, reception isn't as bad because you have script. I can't anymore, especially post the company I sued. Yeah, that's totally fair. The job I do now, for the collective I work with is essentially reception, but it's mostly text. It's so much better to be text only. Holy shit. Because that way I can just like fucking yell out loud and be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Be like, how can I help you? It's so much easier. But like, on paper, super qualified for this job, right? For a 20-year-old or a 19-year-old, however old I was, I think 20. I was like, so qualified for this job because it was just like front-end reception and like bookkeeping and filing. Like it was just the stuff I'd already done plus answering the phone and scheduling things. I could do that. I showed up to this interview after making myself look fucking normal. As normal as I possibly could. And there's a room full of people waiting to interview for the same position. There's like 6 or 7 people there. I walk in, and the person at the front is like, oh, hey, what are you here for? I'm like, oh, I'm for the interview. And I can tell all of those other people are there for the same fucking interview. Because I talked to one of them. I know that's what they're there for. I show up with my cane because I'm like, I have to take the bus there and back. I can't take the bus without my cane. If it was nearby, maybe, but like I have to go across the whole fucking city. I need my cane. So I show up with my cane, and everyone else there is able-bodied. Everyone else there, at least visibly speaking, able-bodied. And they decided to tell me that, oh, we had already filled that position already. Did you tell the other 7 people that you filled the job already? No, just me. Just me with the cane that showed up. Cool. At the interview, yes. Before the interview started, I showed up on the day of the interview, and they said they filled the position already in a room full of people there for the interview. Yeah. That's happened to me so many fucking times, just less blatantly. That was the most blatant example. But I've had stuff like that where it's like, obviously that's why they're not hiring me. It has nothing to do with anything else. Like, I'm as presentable as I could possibly be. I did normie-ass makeup, too. Like, I could not look more like a normal-ass fucking person doing a normal-ass person job. And I'm qualified. And I'm like, what the fuck, actually? So when the UN says MAID is offered to people and the reason they're taking it is because of lack of access to employment, employment discrimination is very real. Also, I quit my job at the movie theater because of employment discrimination. Because I didn't have the money or time or inclination to sue them. I could have sued them to the fucking ground, but I didn't because I'm poor, and they knew that. Will not backdate doctor's notes even if it's becoming short-term disability. Oh my fucking god. Love that. But yeah, I was so pissed. So incredibly pissed. So like when I worked at the movie theater, I haven't worked there forever, I can just say it. Cineplex. I worked for Cineplex. Alright? And already I had issues with my first general manager because he kept telling me I had to try things to do certain things. I'm like, I know what my hand is and is not capable of doing. I don't have to try shit, dude. I'm holding a cane. I don't have to do fucking anything. I will call head office. Do you want to explain to them why you've told me that I have to injure myself at work? Also, I know what WMIT is. I have a right to refuse unsafe work. And I'm sorry, a hand dislocation is unsafe. Just because it's safe for anybody else doesn't mean it's unsafe. Doesn't mean it's safe for me. It's difficult, exhausting, time-consuming as fuck, yeah. So I already had that. And I had another manager who dislocated my shoulder. Because he liked to do this thing where he'd clap someone on the shoulder and go like, good job, buddy. And I told him not to touch me because I'm like, my joints are not well attached. Do not touch me. and I did well at something or whatever, and he clapped me on the shoulder, and it was my bad shoulder. He knocked my shoulder out of place, and I had to hold it, walk to the manager's office, and go like, I'm going home. And they're like, what? I'm like, one of the managers just dislocated my shoulder after I told him not to fucking touch me. I told him not to touch me. So already that's a problem. But also, like, my shoulder's not attached to my body, so I'm in agony, and I can't do my job, really. I'm like, if I stay, I have to do my job one-handed. Do you have any idea how difficult that is to do? Is work a movie theater job with one hand. It is difficult. I ended up having to, like, I kind of needed the money, so I did stay, but that's because, like, the managers I liked yelled at him and told him to never touch me again. He did not like me. He also used to make jokes about hitting children in front of me, which I had to also get him talked to about. Yes, jokes. But yeah, by the time I had quit, they had already made it really difficult, and we had a new general manager who was worse than the first one. So the first one was just like dumb. Second one actually kind of sucked. Yeah, you're not having other options but knowingly running yourself into the ground. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I used to work 6 shifts a week, and I would try and have them be like cloak-ins so that I wouldn't have to take transit as much, because transit was actually harder than being at work. Yeah. My experience working is not great. So like, when people try and say that sex work is exploitative, I'm like, compared to what? Man, I'm my own boss now. What do you mean? But yeah, so by the time I was quitting, my stomach had shut down, and I needed an hour's notice before my break so that I could take my medication on time, because I had a very narrow window where my stomach would be moving enough for me to eat, and they wouldn't give me enough notice. And it wasn't like my floor manager's fault. The food service manager was great. The floor services manager was great. The actual managers were fine. There was one floor manager that sucked ass, but like the food managers loved me. The 68-hour weeks, the slowly dislocating hip, yeah. They ended up giving me a chair too, because I had started coming to work with crutches because my knee wasn't working. That was when my knee started bending sideways and wouldn't stop. So I'd come to work on crutches or in my wheelchair, and they're like, the one manager went like, look, I know you've had physical issues this whole time, but like, this is like actually a lot. Here's a form so you can request a chair. Like, they cannot deny you. You're on crutches. So like, I had a chair. It took me a lot to get access to said chair, which is annoying. I shouldn't have had to have fought for that. So I had a chair. They weren't giving me access to my medication appropriately timed, because sometimes they wouldn't give me enough notice, or they give me too much notice, and then my medication would be wearing off by the time it was break time, so I couldn't eat anything. So my stomach wasn't recovering. Also, because of the ill-timed medication thing, if I took my medication and stood too long and didn't have my break at the appropriate time, I would pass out. And you know what I say? Like, I feel like I'm going to faint. Normally, that's pre-syncope. So that's when you feel like you're gonna faint, but you don't actually faint. So a lot of the times in the summer, I get really dizzy, I feel really lightheaded, everything gets blurry. And then so I sit down. I choose to sit down because I'm dizzy and I feel like I'm gonna fall over. I won't, but I feel really bad, so I'll sit down, right? That's normally what I deal with. On my medication that I take for gastroparesis, it doesn't do that anymore because now I'm recovered enough that we're good and I have enough muscle in my legs to compensate for this problem. But it used to lower my blood pressure and stop it basically would interfere with POTS. So I wouldn't have POTS for a second. Instead, I just have through the floor blood pressure. And it's fine if I walked around because the muscles in your legs will push the blood up your body. But if I'm just standing there at a till, I'd start to get dizzy and I would literally faint. I had a couple times where I blacked out for a split second and I woke up bent over, or my head had hit the till, or I'd almost fallen into Popcorn kettles, very dangerous shit. Like, to be fainting around kitchens, not good. There's also fainting, like, there's knives, because I was, like, cutting fruit and stuff for the frozen yogurt. I was fainting. Not hitting the ground fainting, but, like, dip my head and then wake up fainting. Screaming at theater? Yes. So, like, I was fainting. Having the chair made that stop. They gave me the chair after. Because my leg fell apart after. Or no, my leg fell apart first. But yeah, I didn't get the chair until after I started fainting, not when I was on crutches. Though they would let me sit in my wheelchair if it was a wheelchair day. But the chair helped. So I'm already dealing with the fact that, like, I'm fainting at work. I can't eat more than like 800 calories in a day because my stomach shut down. And my stomach shut down partially because of how little money I'm making. I physically can barely walk because my body just kept getting worse and worse. Glad you're still fucking kicking. Thank you. Yeah, and Pint too. Like, I'm glad that you're good. That, like, shit's better now. But that all isn't why I quit. That was just the preamble to why I was not willing to take their shit once things actually hit the fan. So what happened was they did renovations to our like our break room, like our staff room. And so while that was closed, they had moved us to a room back in the projector room. I went up there my first shift and I went, that's like 4 more flights of stairs because you have to go up a flight of stairs to the projector room. That's another flight of stairs up into the thing. And that's not including the 2 flights up into the theater in the first place. Because like the elevator was always down. So I'm like, I can't get there. Especially because like, I did that the one time and I was like, if I have my period and I have to walk up a flight of stairs to go get a fucking tampon, I'm gonna fucking kill myself. I'm gonna throw myself out the projector hole into the theater. No, thank you. So I'm like, I cannot do rickety ass stairs. I can't do that. So, their first suggestion was for me to leave my stuff in the manager's office, which is on the like the base floor, and also change in there. And I'm like, excuse me? We had 1 female manager. That was Miss Fuck, yeah. Oh, this movie feels so real, yeah. But yeah, I'm like, I'm not changing in front of my male managers, actually. And like, there's people in and out of the manager's office, like, the door's not closed. So I'm like, whatever, I'll leave my stuff in there, and then I'll change in the disabled bathroom, for now, until the break room's done. And that was for like a month. Then they finished fixing the break room, but they changed the door. For the other disabled people in the room, I imagine you're aware of like AODA or ADA accessible doorknobs. So it's the little like lever one. So if you don't have grip strength, you just push it down and it'll open. That's what we used to have. And they replaced that door handle with a turn knob one. So we went from the little paddle one that you just push to a turny one. That was stiff, and the buttons on it for the passcode to get in the room were stiff, unlike the old one, which was perfectly fine. And the doorknob was so stiff, I had to use both hands to turn it. I couldn't turn it with one hand. I needed both hands to turn it. Which meant if I went to go get food, I'd have to just fucking stand there until someone let me in. Because I couldn't open the door. Also, even the able-bodied people on staff were having trouble with this door. Because if you leaned on the door a little bit, it wouldn't open. It wouldn't unlock. Not just from the outside, but from the inside as well. Which is a fire hazard. We couldn't get out of the door if someone leaned on it a little bit. So, like, if you're opening the door like this, it's fine. But if you do this, it won't open. If you put, like, a little bit too much pressure on the door, it will not open. That's a hazard. Yeah, people will die. You can't do that to a door. him screaming. Oh yeah, imagine how I fucking felt. And then after they did that to the door, they hired someone with cerebral palsy who was in a power chair. Keep in mind, the fucking elevator was broken 90% of the time because they refused to just replace the elevator. This was like a 50-year-old elevator that instead of just replacing it and getting a new one, they kept just randomly replacing little parts that they couldn't fucking find. Like the elevator would be down for like 2 months straight because they were back ordering this part that they couldn't find because it's such an old elevator that those parts aren't really made anymore. Instead of just replacing the fucking elevator with a new one. Elevator of Theseus, yeah. But they'll replace a whole fully functioning door for no fucking reason. Anyway, so I couldn't get in there. It's like the building I live in, yeah. So I was like, all right, I can't open the door to get in the break room. Now what's your solution? Do you want me to just keep going in the fucking manager's office for the rest of forever? And they're like, no, well, what you could do is you could come to the manager's office, get a walkie, and walkie for one of the managers to come open the door for you to let you in, and then walkie them again when you need back out. And I'm like, no. For so many reasons, no. I am not. That's explicitly against AODA. Yes, it's also against fire code. And it's also wage theft because they wouldn't let me punch in early for the time that I'm waiting around because you can't punch in if you're not in uniform. So I have to fucking stand around waiting for someone to show up to let me in the break room and then let me back out so that I can punch in to start my shift. And I have to do it the other way around to leave. I have to clock out and then go change. But also, if you're in uniform, you're still working. So I'd have to clock out, stand by the break room, and still technically be working while I'm waiting for a manager to fucking show up. Same with lunch break. I'd have to walkie someone to let me in to get my wallet so that I could come back out to go get food in the mall because I can't eat anything at the movie theater because my stomach doesn't fucking work. I have to go to the fucking... And like, the frozen yogurt we sell is shit. It's just weird oil products. I'd go to Yogenfru's, which we used to have one in the theater, which was great, and then we didn't, so I'd go there because I wanted fucking yogurt that actually had nutrients in it because I was dying and I needed the nutrients. Bitch chat for needing to use the washing and forgetting to notify a giant group chat about it? Yeah. So like I get so fucking, I'm like, I'm not doing that. I'm not and then I'd have to walkie back in when I came back with my food to get in and then out again. I'm like, I'm not walking fucking 12 to 16 times a day. Assuming I'm doing a single shift and I'm not doing a double where I have to do it again. That's so insane. Yes. Also, on top of all of that, I was openly a sex worker at this job. Because by that point I was doing sex work off and on. Because I needed to do that to survive, because this wasn't fucking paying me enough. And like, I'm a dumb autistic person who doesn't know how to lie. And it was like, fine, up until there was like a couple people on staff who would sexually harass me all the time about it. Like most people were like, oh, that's interesting. And like, some of the girls would be like, oh, like, does my body look normal? Or is this normal? Or like, do you have advice on this thing? And I'd be like, yeah, sure. Like, I'm totally open to talk. And like most people were fine, but there was like this one dude who would constantly sexually harass me all of the fucking time. And like, Jesus Christ. It's gonna make your coworkers annoyed with you, yes. Also, when breaks start and end is just infuriating. But yeah, he would harass me and I'm like, I don't want to be trapped in a room, like locked in a room with him that I cannot get out of. And my only defense is I have a walkie-talkie he can take from me. To maybe walkie for help. If I'm trapped in a room with him that I cannot leave and he knows I can't leave. No. Also, again, it's a fire hazard for anybody because of leaning on the door, but what happens if I'm in there and I have to walkie for help out and a fire happens or something and I'm trapped in there? Yeah, like I'm just locked in there. What do I do in a fire? Like, luckily I had one manager who was really nice when like the fire drills and stuff happen. I'm like, what happens if like I'm in my wheelchair that day or like I can't get down the stairs because the stairs out, the fire stairs are really, really steep concrete stairs. I'm like, what happens if like I can't do that? And like managers, like one of the like I think the old general manager was like, oh, one of us can carry you out. I'm like, are any of you trained on how to properly carry a disabled person down a flight of stairs? And they're like, no. And I'm like, my bones fall out while I'm sleeping. I don't trust you to carry me down the stairs. Managers that would yell at us if we didn't wait to be told to go on break and then would forget to send us. Lovely. Fucking love that. But yeah, I had a couple times too where like, yeah, so he would just be like, I will manually unlock the elevator just for you if that direction is safe. If not, I will go with you. Like you'll have to go down the stairs. But like, could you like scoot down on your butt, like crab crawl down? And I'm like, yeah, not very fast though. And like, if everyone's rushing down those stairs, like I'll be fucked. And he's like, yes, you'd have to go slow, but I will stay with you so you're not alone. I'm like, okay, that's all I needed, is to know that like I'm not just being abandoned to die in a fire or be trampled or something, that someone will stay with me and make sure that like I can get out. And then he said, yeah, worst case scenario, this is before the door thing. He's like, go in the break room and we will make sure the fire department knows that you're there and can't get out on your own, and they will come carry you out if something happens. And this did actually come up once because our escalator caught on fire. So I did actually have to evacuate once. And he did, in fact, I basically was like, okay, well, I'm just gonna guide all of the like customers out. If you're not trained, you're not fucking carrying anyone. Yeah. Also, again, there's like a specific way that you have to hold somebody who's medically fragile. You can't just lift me. You'll crush my ribs. Don't do that. But yeah, it was a lot working that job. And then the last straw for me was, the new general manager didn't like me. He was the one that was in when I was having all my fainting problems and stuff. And, basically the phone line broke. And you couldn't call in when you couldn't make it into shift. Normally it wouldn't be like, so you could call in, but either sometimes the phone line wouldn't work or like voicemail wasn't working. So you could call in, but if someone wasn't at box office to answer the phone, there was no way to leave a voicemail to let you know that you were running late or whatever. So they would, basically it was that, or you'd send an email. So you could send an email, but I had a flip phone. I had no way to send an email. So, I had two occasions where I was on my way to work, I was on time, and then there was an injury at track level on the TTC, and I'm trapped in the subway tunnel with no cell service because there wasn't cell service back then. And I had a flip phone, so I can't email, I can't communicate at all. So my only option would be, also I'm disabled, so I'd have to wait till we got through whatever delay to an accessible station so I could get above ground to make a phone call, to call them and let them know I'm running late. Less of an issue if you're running late for the second shift because the other person's there. But this was an instance where I was supposed to be opening box office, so I knew there wasn't anyone there to answer the phone because I wasn't there. So I would try and forward myself to the extension for the manager's office, and then no one would answer there. They're supposed to be there, but they'd be running around doing whatever. And then I'd try and leave a voicemail, and the voicemail wouldn't work. And I'm like, I can't just stand here calling because then I'll never show up. So I would try for like 5 minutes, and then I'd get back on the subway and go and be like, when I get there, I'd be like, look, I tried calling. You can see it in my call logs that I was calling you, and I couldn't leave a voicemail. on anybody's, on the manager's office or the GM's office. I couldn't leave a voicemail. I tried. I'm sorry I ran late. And then they're like, well, if you knew you were running late, you could have sent us an email before you left. I'm like, I wasn't running late. I was on time. Someone died in a subway tunnel. It's not my fault. Anyway, so they had a thing where if you no-called, no-showed, and you didn't have any, like, you didn't have a legitimate reason, they give you a write-up. And if you had a write-up, you get, the first one was fine, and then the second one you get deprioritized for shifts. Well, I got, and like write-ups lasted about 3 months. So if you had another write-up within 3 months of the first one, it would count as 2. But if you got it like 4 months later, it would still only count as 1. How is that not a legitimate reason? Because they invented in their mind ways I could have told them and called in. They legitimately were just saying, well, you should have a smartphone then. This was in like 2013. Most people did not have smartphones. And like I had like a tablet, but like the subway didn't have Wi-Fi back then. So there was, I'm like, what? What? I get out of the subway to find a McDonald's to email you and tell you that I'm going to be late by 10 minutes? But because I did that, now I'm going to be late by half an hour? Like, what? What do you mean? Curse of 1,000 Devils, dishonoring them on their family and their cow? Yes. Yes. So it was exhausting. And I ended up getting 2 write-ups, and they deprioritized me for shifts. And I'm like, I don't know how you think I'm supposed to afford a smartphone when I live in community housing. My rent was like $500 a month. You pay me like $600. $100 of that goes to my Metro Pass to get to work. And then now I'm in the negatives. So where's food coming from? I suck dick. That's legitimately the only reason I eat is if I get a client, then I get to eat. Or like sometimes there's no Wi-Fi. Yes, they were expecting me to have data so that I could email them from anywhere. They wanted me to spend hundreds of dollars to get a smartphone and then more money on data so that I could call them. Yes, legitimately. And like when they gave me the first write-up, I was having this argument with them. I'm like, what do you expect me to do? It's not my fault your voicemail doesn't work. I can't do anything about that. And they're like, well, it's still your responsibility to make sure your shift is covered. I'm like, literally, what am I supposed to do? I don't have any money. You know I'm not eating. What am I supposed to do? Literally, what am I supposed to do? But yeah, so it was, yeah. And then they gave me a second one, and they were like, well, now you're deprioritized for shifts. So instead of getting, 3 shifts a week and then taking on people who didn't want certain shifts, that's the manager's job? Yeah, you think it would be the manager's job. And I would take on other people's shifts. Now I was getting 1 shift a week. 1. And I'm like, what? How am I supposed to survive on $400 a month? How? Because at that point I'm like, okay, well, $400 a month, I can't afford rent, and now I have to not take medication. Like, I'm in such a weird fucking position now of exploitation. And this is when I was working at this was after I had stopped working at the place I was being trafficked, luckily. So this is when I had started working where I work now. Capitalism is a fuck. Yes. So the reason I do the admin job with the collective that I do now is there was also a crisis happening there where the other admins all left all of a sudden. It was a whole fucking shit show that I can't talk about. But my essentially boss, now, boss in the admin sense, not as a sex worker, she was like, they've cut your pay down to $400 a month, and they're treating you like shit, and like you're dying. Why don't I guarantee you $400 a month guaranteed salary? And I just need you to help me do the buzzers because I can't do this on my own. Because I have like a kid and I can't like solely run a business completely on my own 24/7. I literally can't do that. I'm like, yeah, cool. For $400 a month and you just want me to fucking sit on my ass in my room with a phone? I can do that. That's so kind. Yes. And that's why like every time someone shit talks my boss, I'm like, you do not understand that this woman saved my life. She saw me being exploited and went, I can offer you this. And it helped her a little bit, yes. But like, she was definitely paying me for weeks I wasn't doing anything. Community, yes, legitimately. Like, that job saved my life. And it's why, like, anytime I complain about something at work, I will put up with so fucking much when, like, she and I have arguments and stuff, because A, we're like friends now, but also, like, she saved my life. Like, I can handle a little bit of eye rolling at her messaging me more than I would like when I'm supposed to be on my day off. Because also, I understand she's also overstressed and stuff. But, like, for anything else, it's like, she saved my life. I would not be here if she hadn't given me that. If she hadn't given me that way out, I would have been so fucked. And like, that gave me the space to take my medication regularly like I was supposed to, and my stomach recovered. I was able to do physiotherapy properly, rather than be not able to do my exercises because I was just exhausted and overworked and in so much pain. It gave me time to actually have my own clients, and I could prioritize that and modeling and all the actual stuff that like I wanted to be doing. Like, my life is the way it is because someone offered me something so kind. But most disabled people don't have access to someone who's going to offer them that, who's going to offer them a job where they work from home on their phone in 2015, 2016, wherever the fuck that was. Like I legitimately, when we get to cover like that I went to the NSP show, I was working from the NSP show because I work from a phone, so I can work anywhere, and my boss doesn't care as long as the work gets done. She's like, you could be at D&D, you can be at a concert, as long as you can like do the buzzer and you pay attention and stuff. I can kind of only work because of the parents. Yeah, like, there is so much that I owe to people, like, giving me opportunities. And, like, some of it's also, like, I said yes. But, like, not everyone with disabilities can do sex work. A lot of us do because it's our only option. But some people, like, can't for whatever reason. Or it would be, like, not good for their mental health and they can't handle it. And that's why you end up in this situation with MAID, right? Like, all of these experiences that we all have from being disabled and trying to work, like, that shouldn't be a reason. Like, that... we shouldn't allow that to happen and push people into trying to access stuff like this. Right? Like, all of that is like, and then like I covered like the expansion and stuff, but like all of that is like why I'm concerned about MAID specifically, because like, if my boss hadn't offered me the position she gave me, but MAID Track 2 was available, I would have taken it. I'm not exaggerating, I would have taken it. That I couldn't imagine. And like, I was facing, right, potentially needing like a feeding tube. And that wasn't what was the problem. I could have lived on feeding tubes, and like, normally when people go like, I could never live with a disability and I'd want, you know, MAID instead of like living like that. It's like feeding tubes is like the first thing that comes in their mind, that they don't want to live on a machine. I have friends on feeding tubes. I'm like, I can handle that. I just can't handle like not eating. I can't handle being in this much pain. I can't handle the shit I'm dealing with that like I don't have any resources to deal with. Yeah, that's not a good reason. I would have considered it had I not made such strides to become less home/bedbound. Yeah, literally same. Like back then, I was so sick, and like, the gym isn't covered. No, physiotherapy is not covered. Like, there's a lot of stuff that's not covered that like really should be. Too many Canadians with disabilities lack adequate access to supports and services like healthcare, medication, and equipment. Some persons with disabilities returning to medical assistance and dying because they felt they had no other options, which is terrifying. The Commission remained concerned about Canada's lack of progress in implementing the recommendations from the Internal Human Rights System including from the committee. It says Canada needs a strong framework for implementation and monitoring to drive meaningful and coordinated progress and meet its obligations. Isabel Grant, a criminal law professor at the University of BC, says Track 2 is premised on the idea that death is preferable for people with disabilities. Somebody else who wants to die, we offer them suicide prevention, we offer them supports, we don't offer them death. It's a choice people with disabilities make often due to facing social and economic inequalities and Canadian government's failure to provide support. People with disabilities who are suffering are being offered death as opposed to what they might need to alleviate their suffering. People who are reporting to the federal government are the people who are giving MAID. They just check boxes on the form and they send that off to the federal government. There's no independent national oversight going on. There's no oversight in any province prior to death. It's always after the MAID death has happened. Yeah. I learned that my infusions are OHIP covered at ODSP, meaning ODSP covers roughly fuck all pain therapy. Yeah. Dental. So, oh, good news. Dental is covered as of May. So if you do your taxes this year, dental coverage is coming for everybody as long as the fucking conservatives don't come in power and scrap it. But it's scheduled to come out next month. I'm waiting to get my wisdom teeth removed because I don't want to have Invisalign during Banffy's wedding. But yeah, I'm literally here sobbing. I'm so happy that your situation is now way better and your boss is respectful of you. Yeah. Yeah. Like, genuinely, like, I'm doing so much better, which is, no, it's okay, Banffy. It's just, it gives me time to pay off some more of my debt too. So then I can just lump sum pay the Invisalign. I could get my wisdom teeth removed now. The only reason I'm not is because after wisdom teeth removal, we're doing Invisalign. I guess I could do the wisdom teeth removal and then do the Invisalign, just like schedule that for after. But I just want to make sure I have the debt paid down before I do the Invisalign part, because we're going to do Invisalign, and that's for me. We're doing Invisalign for like 9 to 12 months, and then I'm getting fangs. So, but even with that delay, this will be the last October that I don't have fangs. So I only have to wait for the election in May and not getting full-time. Yeah. But at least we have a date now, right? We have a solid date. It's coming early, like earlier than I thought. Once it didn't come in January, I was like, oh, it's gonna be fucking like end of the year. But like, it's got a scheduled date, and I think part of why it's announced is to try and hopefully prevent conservatives from fucking with it. But we have a date. We have a date for dental coverage, and I'm so fucking excited. I might honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, call my dentist office and be like, hey, can we get my wisdom teeth out? Asking anyone to stand for 8 hours on concrete floors with no cushion should be a human rights violation. Agreed. Agreed. You should be able to sit down. You'd be able to stand and sit. And like, also cushion. I've stood on some of those like standing cushions for like jobs like that, and it's just like a rubber mat. That does fucking nothing. Shit still fucking hurts. But yeah. The submission made to the Geneva hearings said MAID Track 2 threatens the rights outlined in the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities by disproportionately endangering women with disabilities. Which makes sense, because women are more often disabled. Walking is better than just standing. Yes. Women? Yes. Because women are more likely to end up disabled because oppression is disabling. On top of that, women live longer. Also, I believe they're more likely to approve, like, women, because of the like income gap and stuff, are also less likely to have the supports that they need. Also, women are more likely to be abandoned by their support structure when they get a disability. There's a whole bunch of things that can lead to women being disproportionately affected. Oh, geez, yeah, that sucks. Yeah. Healing Track 2 of MAID, rejecting proposals of offering MAID to mature minors under the age of 18, investing in, yeah. It should never be, like, under 18 should never have access to this. More than half of the recipients of Track 2 are women with disabilities. So, disproportionate. Yeah, investing in federal and provincial and territorial measures to address social determinants of health and establishing a resource federal independent oversight. I think the social inequality that women face, the social inequality that disabled women face, and then the social inequality that elderly disabled women face is so significant in Canada that I think all those factors feed into them feeling there's no good option to alleviate their suffering, whether that's from a history of violence, a history of inadequate healthcare access, a history of inadequate housing or supports, feeling very socially isolated. Yeah. Yeah. Plus also because we're likely to face discrimination accessing healthcare, that getting access to the treatments you need is harder, and you're more likely to go longer without being diagnosed, so your issues progress further to where they're more likely to be untreatable or more difficult to treat. Yeah, the UN asked the federal government to end the proposed expansion of MAID for patients with mental disorders but no physical illness, and to ban any federal support for requests in advance. Quebec announced last October that people with dementia or Alzheimer's could get approvals before the mental capacity declines. I do think that's fair because, like, that's kind of terminal. Like, you will essentially achieve brain death. I do feel like that's kind of fair, but flares occur in the street. Yes. Yes. Health Canada says they have no intention of repealing Track 2 and will continue to stand with the system created by them. Has been designed with safeguards. No, it hasn't. And safeguards are in place. No, they aren't. Person must be informed of available and appropriate means to relieve their suffering, including counseling service, mental health and disability supports, community services, and palliative care, and must be offered consultations with professionals who provide those services. Sure. Informed of. But none of that's fucking covered, is it? It doesn't matter if you tell me that there's mental health services if I can't afford them. That doesn't help me. If I don't have the money to spend $200 plus a month to get therapy, that doesn't help me. Dementia and Alzheimer's do also cause terminal physical illness. Gotcha. Well, I mean, and they're like, they are physical in that they're brain injuries. Services, the ones you deny is for, yeah. Health agencies said the government of Canada will complete the review of the final concluding observations and consider its response. Track 2 was first established as a result of a court case brought by 2 Canadians with disabilities who fought for the right to access MAID without being excluded based on their prognosis. Canadians not eligible on the basis of disability alone, they must meet all the eligibility criteria, which most Canadians with disabilities do not. I do think that, like, if you are going to keep it, like, maybe make things more accessible, but, like, what the fuck? The mental health services I only got because I was proven risk. If I hadn't been in the hospital, I would have had to pay for it myself, and I wouldn't have been able to afford it. Yeah. Also know by association people that had the diagnosis that access made and were very happy to have access to it. Yes. Yeah. I definitely think that, like, with Alzheimer's and dementia specifically, like, having access to MAID makes sense. Like, I do think that, like, people having access to that choice makes sense. So long as they have access to everything, all of the supports that they might need otherwise as well. You're not type fast enough? Yeah, for sure. You're good. Chat delay is difficult. He did agree with some of the recommendations about finding ways to support Canada's disability community by finding key drivers of structural vulnerability and increasing support. This is the thing that's the most important. The argument is that the government should be investing and should follow through on the disability benefit and make sure it's indexed properly to at least make sure that we're not in a situation of legislative poverty for people with disabilities. That's a great idea. We should do that not because of MAID. We should do that because it's the right thing to do. I do think that, like, whether we have MAID or not, that is the right thing to do. What if we fix that first? Yeah. I genuinely think that should have been done first. I do think that maybe not repealing track 2, but putting it on a pause while we put other things in place. UBI, please and thank you. Yeah. But like, this is the kind of stuff that's in my mind when I'm considering the election. This track is not horrid in a perfect world. Yeah, like I wouldn't be against it in a perfect world where like there's UBI. Like if I have every opportunity to just choose to live, and then you're only getting approved for track 2 because you actually like have untreatable pain or untreatable suffering, like you just don't want to deal with the condition that you have. Fine, that's fine. You're not in one, yes. But yeah, so like I just wanted to cover that, especially because Cryptid had like brought up that like a lot of disabled people shifting right. I don't think that's good, but I do understand that like if there's like a constant left wing push for that sort of stuff, and like no fucking wonder though. Yeah, and keep in mind this is only being covered on centrist and right-wing news organizations. Left-wing outlets aren't covering that. I couldn't even find it being covered by the CBC. So like I'm not surprised that people are shifting in directions they don't want to. Either right-wing or a pissed off roach like me. Yeah. I mean, I consider myself progressive, left-wing, whatever. But like I understand where that pressure is and why it can sometimes feel like, well, the left wants me to die, so why would I consider myself the left? And that's when I tell people the left wants everybody to die. The left hates itself. It's fine. You're also a pissed off roach. Affectionate. Yes, I am. Let me see. What else do I want to cover? I think yes. Something. This is why I supplement actual news with people I'm in community with. Yes. Communicating with people who like have lived experience and might cover topics that aren't otherwise covered like is really, really helpful. And like that's part of what I'm trying to do here, right? Is like have a progressive coverage of stuff that like other news sources won't be covering or won't be covering with the perspectives that I have. Felt like the right was the only place to talk about gender politics that I was passionate about. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Left hates itself. I mean, I used to hate myself. Now I despise myself. Yeah. Progress. It's okay. Eventually, Dolly, you'll see yourself the way that we see you, and you'll like yourself. I'm 2 people simultaneously again. Pat, you creature. Oh, my bones. Oh, my bones. The hospital's room department refuses to fix my dead name until I get re-referred. Oh my god. This being one, but yeah. I'm glad this can be like a better space for y'all. Like that's kind of what I want this to be, is a space where we can like have these conversations and like you don't have to feel like you're gonna get immediately dogpiled for having a nuanced take or even just not knowing the right words for something. But also, yes, I would like to fight your rheumatologist. Because also, like, why? It's not that difficult. I forgot that I have breakfast sitting here because I'm an idiot. Woman that saw me for 3 minutes and never bothered to make clinical notes. And then fucked off at the clinic. Lovely! Can I ask what hospital your rheumatologist is in? Look, this mistake for all it's worth. Yes. Maybe Yeah, like, I wouldn't... it would make sense to be in a file to be like, you know, used to be this name, so that's why like on some of the older files in the, like some of the older notes in this file, it refers to a different name. Like that kind of made sense, but like what the fuck? Sinai. Okay. So frustrating. What I could try and do is maybe see, if I can find the name of my old rheumatologist. She was at a St. Mike's. People change their married names regularly. I somehow doubt it's that much of a problem. It literally isn't. Yeah, let me see if I can. I haven't gone in a long time. She's the one who ended up referring me to get my my custom brace and stuff. I'm not sure how much. She mostly was just like checking on me and making sure how I was doing. But she at the very least like knew what EDS was. I was like trying to. She may not know of someone else. Yeah. She was a really great resource for just checking in where my progress was and referring me out to further specialists. Like she sent me to a physiatrist and that was great. Yeah. Eczema is the worst. Extremely appreciate, yeah. My mood and myself changes constantly, but it helps knowing that y'all see me in such a way. Last stream you said it would be a privilege to see me grow and flourish, and I deserve better. It made me sob. I'm so blessed to have y'all. Aw. Aw. I'm so glad we could help, Dolly. You're great. You are very great and lovely and sweet, and you're always so just a gift to be around. I'm doing so bad. Yeah. I still have to send you the, physiotherapist that does EDS stuff. Beta blockers, woo! Are they helping? Motherfucking beta blockers, yes. My doctor made it like such a point that when I was, both my last phone appointment, my last in-person appointment, both times she was like, are the beta blockers working? I want to make sure that you have them because now to never forget to take them ever again. Yes. Do not forget to take them. Like I'm okay because like I take them as needed. I don't take them consistently. So like I won't have withdrawal symptoms, but please don't forget to take them. Beta blockers are a medication that affect your heart. Can't remember the exact mechanism. I'm pretty sure they like, they slow your heart rate down is primarily what they do. And like slightly lower your blood pressure. It's primarily used in people who have, like high blood pressure. Their intent do not recommend bad time. Yes, yes, yes. Drug withdrawal is not good. I've had drug withdrawal before. It's really bad. My heart goes too fast. I'm medicated. Yeah. So like, Dolly, you know when I play the horror games and I stand up, my heart rate hits like 120 to 140 and it's weird? I think it's only hit like 140 once, but... Even withdrawal from beta blockers? Oh my god, Kat, did they not tell you? Shit. Well, okay. Important information. Because when I got them from the pharmacy, like the doctor didn't necessarily tell me, I got a big fucking notebook from the pharmacy and I don't know where the fuck it went. I have like a vague idea somewhere it might be, but I don't know where it is. Mine are thankfully low dosage, so it wasn't too bad, but not fun. I should ask mine? Yes. Yes. So, I got a book with mine. I'm also on low dose, yeah. I'm on propranolol. And I only take it when it's hot outside, and I only take one a day. And I try not to take them multiple days in a row. Because like when it's hot, my heart goes really, really, really fast. But I do have hot symptoms generally, but I only really have problems with it when it's hot. But yeah, if you're taking it consistently, take it consistently and don't. I'm so hyped for not be dying. Oh my god, the first time I fucking took propranolol in the summer, I took a dose and like walked outside and was able to just be hot. I could see, I could breathe, I could hold a conversation and walk outside at the same time at 40 degrees. I was like, what the fuck is this magic? Maybe enjoy Pride or something? It's so fucking nice. It's legitimately, it's fucking magic. I felt euphoric the entire day. We like went to a movie. It was so good. I was like, I can walk and breathe and talk all at the same time in the heat. What the fuck? Because like normally what I'm gonna have to do is when we have legit making me tear up, like legit. The heart's distracting me the hell up. I hope everything is well. Oh no. Well, so what me and Kat have this medication for is POTS. So like our hearts are okay. They're just beating really fast because we have low blood pressure. It's basically, so you know how our joints are all floppy? Because we don't build like collagen, right? So our joints do that. I can stay in the sun for more than 10 minutes. Yes. It's basically that's because we don't make collagen right. But collagen's also the casing of your blood vessels. So yeah, we have a lot of the same genetic stuff. So your blood vessels are really weak too, because that's the outside of that. So those are also floppy. So we get really bad, like low blood pressure. It's really hard for us to push the blood back up to our chests. So sometimes our heart beats really hard, really fast to try and like compensate for the blood just kind of pooling in places. So the medication just slows our heart rate back down when it's like, because sometimes it like really overcompensates. So it's it just basically brings our heart back down to, because there's like a point where your heart beats too fast and the oxygen can't get, like it takes a certain amount of time for the oxygen in your lungs to get attached to your hemoglobin in your blood. So if your blood's pumping too fast, it doesn't have time to get enough oxygen in it. So you just kind of feel like really dizzy and like that's not great. And also like you feel really lightheaded when you stand up because like you go from having a normal heart rate sitting down to when you stand up, your blood pressure drops and your heart takes a sec to compensate. So it's the beta blockers are meant to just chill our heart rate down to make sure that we're at like a level where everything's running effectively. Hitting 160 on the regular, and that's just exhausting for your body. Yeah. It's basically like your body thinks you're sprinting all of the time. Just having an inescapable workout constantly. Yeah. So the medication is a good thing. It's a thing that we want because it helps. Heat exhaustion from standing or slowly walking in the sun for more than 20 minutes. Yeah, I used to get that too. I got heat stroke from just like a small walk. Yeah. But what I'll do is in this summer, when it gets hot out, is I'm gonna try and, I promise I'll be fine because I'll be inside. But what I'll do is I'll trigger my POTS on purpose without the beta blocker so you guys can see what that's like. I'll like have the heart rate monitor on, or like maybe do an IRL stream and then like walk around in the heat and you can see like me from like normal and being okay to walking around in the heat and like the reaction I have, where within like 10 minutes I can't breathe, I can't really see very well. I start like hyperventilating and I still can't get enough air. It's wild. And then you can see my heart rate will hit like 150 or 160. Parasol. Yeah. Show off weird health shit. Yeah. Well, I think it would help so that people can like understand what that like looks like on the outside and then what the heart is actually doing. Because I could have my heart rate monitor on for an IRL stream and show you like me walking up the stairs and like how much my heart spikes doing that. I think it might be helpful so that people can like literally see what that looks like. And then like how I'm reacting to what's happening too. That might be like helpful and useful because like I'm not gonna die. Like I've experienced my whole life like this. Walk upstairs in the heat and heart rate hits 190. Yes. Like I could legitimately do that, is like start an IRL stream somewhere cold so you can see like, okay, my heart rate's normal because I'm in a building and I'm fine. And then we'll go outside and we'll show you what my heart does without my beta blockers, and then I'll take a beta blocker and I'll show you once the medication kicks in the literal difference in what my heart does in the same exact environment and how physiologically I react different. I think that might be like a really fun, cool thing just for people to know what that's like. People ask if I have a cane because of an accident or something. Yes, it's really funny. It's like, no, I'm born like this. But yeah, Kat, with beta blockers, just definitely double check some of the stuff with it, because if you go into withdrawal, it can be really, really dangerous. There's like a lot of symptoms that like if you get it while on beta blockers, you have to go to the hospital immediately, because it's like a really, really intense like heart medication. Scrunching my whole body at them, just like, nah. Yeah, like beta blockers for what we're taking them for are reasonably safe, but it's just like, just double check that, like, you know, if anything happens, you know what to do. Very noted. Yeah. I wouldn't want you going through withdrawal. That would be bad. Not if we can avoid it. Yeah. But if you're not taking them every day, you'll avoid getting to the point where you need to worry about withdrawal. Because, like, again, if you're not going out every single day and you're home most of the time, Cipralex twice, never again. Oh god, I was on Cipralex too. But the thing is with Cipralex, I never had withdrawal from that because I was off and on them so often that I never built up to the point where it was a problem. I had withdrawal from something called, I think it was Baclofen. Was it Baclofen? No. Baclofen was the good muscle relaxant. The one cyclobenzaprine is what I had the reaction to. I thought I was having an aneurysm for like a good half an hour. Like, literally. I couldn't remember who Steph was. It was not good. Every day, partially because testing tolerance, partially because I can kind of sleep again. Okay. If you need them every day, then take them every day, but just know that, like, don't miss it. Make sure you're taking them every day. And you probably want them around roughly the same time, I'm assuming, when you wake up. Repeating reminder already? Okay, good. Yeah, because I want you to be okay. So yeah, I'm gonna cover a little bit more election stuff. What good times are. Yeah. And like how long it lasts and that sort of thing. Yeah. Your dumbass just goes places and forgets to pack my meds like an idiot. Oh my god. I'm on so much medication, and like, I think because I got into the habit because I needed them to eat food. That's like a difficult thing to forget. I can forget my painkillers. I can forget, like, my antacids for a couple days. Even though I'm still only taking the domperidone twice a week, I never forget. Ever. Find 6 more songs for, Sonderlust. Ask me how work is going. Oh my god. How's work going? I should not forget to pack them in yet. The thing I do when I'm packing to go places is I like, if I'm going for more than, like, a day, I make, like, a list of stuff. I've had nothing to do. Lovely! Oh, ADHD. Yeah, no, I have the hyperplan autism. Nothing to do. Well, welcome in. I definitely, every once in a while, I'm like, do I have ADHD? Because, like, I do sometimes have, like, you're wildly underestimating my memory. A little bit. Well, like, The thing is, I know that I would forget things if I don't plan, so I just stupidly plan. Like, I make lists on lists on lists. I question myself regularly and then something happens, yeah. Like, I don't know if I have, like, ADHD symptoms, just because, like, I don't have the, like... The sort of ADHD that, like, I know Salt has, like, that's not the kind I have. But hanging out with Cryptid, like, he has ADHD, and it's much more like what I have, which is the, like, nothing exists. Oh, God. Yeah, I have, like, I don't mind change so much as long as I can... I just need my expectations managed. I just need to be able to manage, like, okay, this is a thing that could change, then I know to expect it to be fluid, and I'm okay. I just need to know that, rather than planning for what you've told me. I think I packed them because I had the thought that I packed them. See, actually, you saying that, now I completely understand, because my mom does that. I don't like surprises. Yeah, I don't like surprises. If I know if a surprise is coming, then I'm fine. I spent years learning not to freak the fuck out when something changes. Yeah. For me, it's like, if something's hard planned, I freak out, but if it's just like, we're having a day of like, whatever, then I'm fine. But yeah, my mom will think she's told people things that she just thought about telling people things. Straight up got to the point that she kept accusing my dad of having like dementia or Alzheimer's, like early onset Alzheimer's, because she's like, oh, I keep telling him things he doesn't remember. It's like, no. She keeps thinking dad has memory loss. Yeah. Problem is that brain is fine with things changing, but if I have to change whatever I have to do, it will not do that. That's fair. That's fair. It's like an inertia thing. If things are changing around you, that's fine, but if you have to switch directions, it's like, I have inertia. I can't do that. Cognitive inertia. I do get that sometimes, where like, if I'm focused on a task, I can't switch tasks. I have a really hard time with switching. Thought about it, yeah. Inertia is the only way I function, yeah. I also, the purple pants look so comfy. They are really comfy. They're like cloak brand pants. And I bought them oversized, so they're super comfy. Super comfy, and they match my shirt. But yeah, I have a hard time starting things. And then once I start, I have a hard time switching. I have like a lot of inertia. I'm not the sort of person who will like be in the middle of a task and then a squirrel will walk by and I'll get distracted and then stop doing the thing. I like can't switch. Sometimes I pack my laptop and not pack my mouse is uncountable. Oh my god. And deke around plan changes and dap at full pivots can make me angry. Yeah. Wedding planning, that I'm the one to I'm one to done kind of task person. Weddings are everything at the same time. Yeah. Yeah. It's really hard. Can't leave the house for a strut. Yeah. Yeah. So, like, I might have ADHD symptoms. Honestly, I feel like ADHD and autism are just different expressions of the same thing. Like, I feel like both ADHD and autism are, like, whelming. It's you're overwhelmed easily, whether that be external sensory information, which is autism, or internal mental stimulation, which is ADHD. And obviously, like, the line between sensory input and thought is not clear cut. Like, external, internal is not as dichotomous as we often think it is, because a sensory input is a thought. And, like, a thought is a sensory input in some ways. But if everything is too much, yeah. Brain not ignoring the input it is designed to. Yeah. It's like not having, we don't have mental EQ. Like, we can't be like, this thought's too loud because this is the one that's important, so we'll turn that down and turn this one up, so this one's the louder one. But if everything is not enough. Yeah. Me a fuck ass, yeah. Something that's making me upset as I get older is I can't task switch, but I'm easily interrupted at the same time. I am starting to have issues with being interrupted, where, like, if I get off a task, it's so hard to get back onto it. Or, like, I have a train of thought and it fucking goes. Y'all play chess on an actual board, but every time I put the pieces on it, I do try to put them as close in the middle of respective squares, and only after that can I begin play. I used to play chess competitively, which is why I don't play chess anymore. I used to do the same thing where I'd center them. And I want them all facing exactly the right way. I'm suffering and staying on a task that I don't enjoy doing. Oh my god, that's the worst. But yeah, I really, really don't... I can't conceptualize them as, like, massively different things. Just as, like... They're both fundamentally a problem with mental EQ. It's just some of us, like, we can't turn any dials up and we can't turn any dials down. Sometimes things are just too loud. Some things are too quiet. Soon to put my head on a belt sander. Yeah. Definitely not doing that right now. Yeah. Just why I'm, like, trying to be okay with the fact that, like, streams tangent all the time when we're having conversations is just go with whatever we're talking about. You need to wear earbuds because the sound of breathing of others makes me angry. It's too loud. Yeah, so Dolly, these that I'm wearing right now, I bought specifically because I cannot handle being in public transit and hearing other people. I cannot think if other people are talking near me. I can't. So I just blast metal music plus the active noise canceling, and then it helps. I have a list of things to do. I have people I should be mailing, or I could not. Oh, yeah. 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 I hear them, my brain will try and make out the words. Yeah. Or even they're not talking, they're just making weird people noises. I do not get overwhelmed by animal noises. Birds, fine. Rain, fine. Like, nature sounds, totally fine. They do not bother me. But as soon as it's a machine or a human person, I'm angry. And also dog barking is kind of like 50-50. I'm very sorry about a song in the summer album. I'll just skip that one. Anyone else find multitasking is harder and harder over time? Yeah. Some of that, so Vampy, part of that is, there's probably an ADHD term for it as well, but autistic burnout or burnout in general, but specifically neurodivergent burnout is like a thing that happens, where you basically, you overclock your CPU to handle the EQ for so long that you burn out your CPU, and then when your CPU crashes, now the EQ is way too high. And now you really fucking can't handle it. It's really just like you do too much for too long, and then when you crash, the problem's still there, and now it's above where you've crashed to. I recorded walking down the street downtown for a song with background noise in the track. The thing is, if it's part of the song, it might be fine. I don't know. I'll listen to it and we'll see, but like I do have songs I've listened to where there is background noise and it's fine because my brain thinks it's part of the song. Like there's this one guy. Let me see actually if I can play this for y'all real quick. If I just pull up iTunes, maybe it'll let me play it. Ghost Rock backgrounds? Yeah, let me see. I think it's one of these ones. Oh, this can be very loud. Oh. Trying to get one where he's, like, playing outside. Yeah.
Friday, disc 3, Paris,
This one.
16th of August.
So you can hear street noises. Because it's played live outside. like, this doesn't bother me, weirdly. It adds to the soundscape? Yeah. Like, weirdly, this works. Oh yeah, I fucking hate exams in big rooms. Evil Machines is white noise. For me, I think it's also I've heard this song so many times that like I know that it's there. Hypervigilance, maybe. If this works, hopefully you should be fine. Yeah. For you? Yeah, maybe. Brown noise works well? Yeah. But like you can hear there's like little noises here and there. And like that's not, this isn't bothering me. Oh, I want a hurdy-gurdy so bad. I had exams in small rooms with echoey acoustics. Doing it in the big room at MTC was hell. Yeah. A lot of my exams at York were like that too. But like, I fucking love this song. Also, I gotta turn down the heat because that's way too fucking hot in this room. Too hot. Too hot, I'm dying. Ah. What was this called? So this is, let me pull it up. It is called Broken String by Stuart Wyatt. I'm pretty sure he's passed away at this point, because he had terminal MS when I first heard of him, and that was a very long time ago. Oh, that's super cool, Salt. But yeah, let me bring up Stuart Wyatt so you can... Yeah, this guy. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. Solo 6-string electric violin and live loop sampling pedals. So this is him. Like all of the live stuff. The version one we're listening to right now isn't there. Broken String? I don't think it's here. The link? Yeah, some of his songs are on here. In his SoundClick. He might still be alive. He stopped playing violin though because he got really, really sick. I actually stumbled upon him because he was doing medical marijuana legalization activism in the UK, and then started getting in the like anti Scientology activism stuff. He's from England. He has a YouTube. I wonder if he's still... Ooh, he finally... Okay, yeah, he has he's doing music now again. He was an ex-violinist, and now he's built disability-friendly looping rigs. Sick. Yeah, no, he's still alive. I thought he passed away. Because he was dying when I stumbled upon him. Like, actually. So this is his YouTube channel. He's amazing. Obviously I haven't kept up with him, because the last I was following him was almost a decade ago. But yeah, he's sick. I love his work. Yeah. Actually, I might leave this playing for a bit. I have to do a PRB. If y'all are chill with that, and then we'll cover some more election stuff. I'll go over the concert, and then we will maybe play some game if we have time. We probably don't have time for games, but I also have been having headaches, so. Classical music can make me stunned and crying in the best way possible. I love classical. There's just something about analog instruments that just like hits different. Anyway, I will be right back. Back. Yeah, I might have to figure out like second tracking on Twitch so that I can play like my music, because without worrying about copyright in the VOD. But that'll be after I get the IRL rig going. BRB? No problem. I'm trying to see what we'll cover next. Let's pause this. It's TikTok I want to watch. Oh, my whole body hurts. So this happened over the weekend.
Barricaded himself inside the East Block. Okay. The individual who allegedly barricaded himself inside the East Block of the Parliament buildings this past week appears to have ties to the convoy, as well as posts conspiracy theories and other nonsense on social media. It appears that the courts have asked for a publication ban on this story, so there isn't much more that we can say. But from people who have attended court and got the name, we know that this person has attended the convoy, was sympathetic to the convoy, as well as posts nothing but conspiracy theories on his social media. I'd love to say more about this issue, but if there is a publication ban on this case, there isn't much more that we can talk about. But I think what the story is the fact that there is potentially a publication ban, because if an individual has ties to the convoy, and if it's during an election, there might be some concerns that the court might be playing around with this election. Now, why on earth do you think that would be the case? Well, maybe it's because Pierre Poilievre was seen at the convoy handing out coffee and donuts to people occupying the downtown core. He continuously keeps his controversial conservative candidate, who is in signal groups with the far-right leaders of the Freedom Convoy.
Yeah.
That candidate, a guy who I sold more books than him, by the way, Andrew Lawton, is still a candidate within the Conservative Party. This comes after a wave of conservative candidates were dropped by the conservative team over the last few days for past comments, but will keep also a residential school denier on the team and running in Vancouver Island. I think this is a perfect indication that despite the courts saying we're not touching this, we're publication banning because it is an election and an inherently political criminal case doesn't want to take the national spotlight, I think it's pretty clear we know why. The individual that barricaded himself allegedly inside the East Block does appear to have convoy content on his socials, and this man who's running for prime minister was seen at the convoy doing convoy things. Many of us have been screaming at the rafters about this guy for a long time because we watched him do this, and while the rest of Canada is kind of kicking the tires on Pierre, I would say, why would somebody who is sympathetic to the convoy, who continues to keep people who are attached to extremism in his party and denies residential schools, or at least keeps a candidate who denies residential schools, really be good for this country? That's the thoughts that I have.
Yeah. So, like, I wanted to cover that because, like, I think it's really important to note because, A, this is a thing that happened with, like, this has happened before where people with ties to the convoy or people who have connections to January 6th then also have ties to Poilievre or Trump, and then people act like somehow that's not related. And it's like, Poilievre hangs out with people from the convoy for a reason. That's not for no reason. I think it's important to remember that, like, okay, so, like, people who are doing, like, these crazy fucking things, it's often, when they're doing these wild things, it's usually far-right extremists. Like, this guy, for those who don't know, he was trying to get into Parliament and then uttered some threats, and then it ended up getting locked down, and he barricaded himself in, and they had to talk him out. No one got hurt. Everyone was fine. But, like, most of the crazy, like, wild stuff that happens is right-wing. Not to say that there aren't wild-ass people on the left, but, I think not having a publication ban on someone breaking into Parliament and locking themselves in because it's politically affiliated, I think is silly, because of course it's politically motivated. Why? It's the House of Commons. It's Parliament. It's Parliament. There's no way it wouldn't be. Like, it's political by definition. So that's kind of silly. But yeah, the Conservatives have been dropping a bunch of candidates for, like, past hate speech. The Liberals have also been dropping people. The Liberals dropped someone for saying some stuff that was, like, pro-Hamas and, like, actually pro-Hamas. 17 years ago, he was an NDP guy and then moved to the Liberal Party because the Liberal Party kept courting him. And he was like, I am pro-Palestine. Just so you know, like, he's pro-Palestine now. He used to have much more extreme things that he would say about, like, Hamas and Hezbollah, and he has since become more nuanced and stuff. He's been dropped from the ticket, which I have mixed feelings on. They did drop the guy, Chang, who we were talking about last week, who was doing, advocating for, like as a joke that someone be sent off to China. So, like, that one was, like, a good one to drop. There's just been, like, so many candidates dropping. It's wild. If things like this banned, but we don't ban things like attack ads. Yeah. Yeah. I hate attack ads. I fucking hate them. They're, like, a waste of goddamn time. Tell me what you're going to do. So, like, I just wanted to cover that because, A, it also covered that, like, the Conservatives are dropping some people, but they didn't drop Aaron Gunn, who, yes, he denies the residential schools were as bad as they were. He also says, like, really horrifically anti-Indigenous things all the time. I don't really want to dive too deep in it because I don't think anyone here, just the fact that he denies residential schools alone is enough. But, like, Poilievre is keeping on some people who are pretty odious. So, like, when he drops somebody, I'm like, that says a lot. You're too hateful even for Poilievre. But yeah, just like that was in the news. There's probably not going to be much more information that comes out because the courts don't want to appear partisan, which, you know, siding with neutrality is taking a side, actually. But yeah, so there's that. Then more conservative campaign stuff. This article was fucking wild. I read this last week. This shit is nuts. Nutso. Conservatives fear dysfunctional campaign and civil war in the party. Conservative sources describe campaign that is highly disorganized and a mess. As conservative infighting over how the campaign is handling U.S. President Donald Trump's tariff threat spills into the open, sources within the party are describing a dysfunctional campaign with too much centralized power and belittling and aggressive treatment of staff. More than half a dozen conservatives who spoke to CBC News on the condition they not be named for fear of retribution describe a campaign that is highly disorganized and a mess. The sources include individuals both inside and outside the campaign. This is wild that, like, conservatives are infighting. That, like, never fucking happens. Like, I really feel like the conservatives saw the massive, almost impossible poll shift from, like, almost a guaranteed conservative majority win to guaranteed liberal. It just flipped. And they're not doing well. Several of the sources allege that too many decisions have to go through conservative leader Pierre Poilievre's chief strategist, Jenny Byrne? I'm just gonna go with Byrne. Byrne? It's Byrne now. Jenny's in charge and that's all you know, said one conservative campaign worker who described the situation as dysfunctional. There's no evidence of a master plan, said the conservative, and people are left to figure things out themselves. Sources said some people learned what they'd be doing on the campaign just hours before the race officially began, even though the conservatives have been calling for an election since 2024. One source described how the campaign didn't have some basic stuff in place before the writ was issued. Poilievre and Byrne were not inclined to listen to outside advice, sources said, relying instead on a tight inner circle, which is composed in part of people who also work at Byrne's lobby firm outside the campaign period. The frustration is amplified because the conservatives have gone from anticipating they would form a majority government to seeking a dramatic rebirth for liberals under its new leader, Mark Carney, fueled by concerns over Donald Trump's plans for Canada. CBC's poll tracker suggests the Liberals are now most likely to form government and claim a majority. CBC News reached out to conservative campaign about the issues raised in the story. A spokesperson declined to comment. Also, Liberals are likely to form government and claim a majority. Don't be complacent. Make sure that you still vote. Because polls only say so much. We still have to actually show up and vote. Please, please, please still vote. Make your voice heard. Whatever you want to vote for, that's fine, but make sure that you engage in democracy. Am I making my pilgrimage? Yes. I always vote. If I have to vote early in advance polls or on the day, whichever ends up working out to be more convenient, but please, please, please make sure you vote. Votes are your consent to be governed, and if you neglect to make your voice heard, then, like, you don't... Whatever government is formed doesn't actually have, like... The will of the people is not actually being heard, and we need to make sure that that happens, you know? Tension spilled out into the open this week when veteran conservative strategist Corey Tenike began publicly calling out the federal campaign, suggesting it was headed for disaster. Look, I think for the conservatives in the campaign cockpit, every buzzer and alarm is going off, and the plane is going, okay. He argued conservative campaign was wasting energy talking about concerns around the World Economic Forum and trying to link the Liberals to an initiative to boost immigration levels known as the Century Initiative, rather than leading in on the public's concern about the U.S. president's treatment of Canada. I'll make the case tonight, and hopefully this will permeate the Conservative Party war room somewhere. You gotta get on the fucking ballot question that is driving votes or you're going to lose. In subsequent interview with BBC News, Tenike said Poilievre is acting too Trumpy with his pet names for political opponents and sloganeering, and as a turn-off for voters, the party needs to win. Tenike managed the last 3 election campaigns for Doug Ford's Ontario PC party, including Ford's recent re-election to a majority government. He also worked under former Prime Minister Stephen Harper, including working on Harper's 2015 campaign with Byrne. The Conservative loss to the Liberals that year left many hard feelings, particularly as the party resorted to now-banned measures like the Barbaric Cultural Practices tip line in an unsuccessful effort to shore up their support. Do y'all fucking remember that? The Barbaric Cultural Practices tip line? Do y'all fucking remember that? I had, like, memory hold that kind of by accident. I had forgot that was a thing. Like, I remember. But I had fucking... That had been out of my brain because, like, that was a decade ago. But, yeah. Stephen Harper, as part of his election against... I think I memory hold that so hard it disappeared. Yeah. But, like, Stephen Harper, when he was up against Trudeau the first time, wanted to have, like, a tip line where you could report people for being Muslim, essentially. So yeah, Dolly, if you're still here, like lurking and listening, that's the thing that fucking happened. In an election I voted in, not even just in my lifetime, an election I voted in. I was a full-ass adult when that happened. I was 25 years old when that happened. I hate this country. Yes, sometimes I do too. It's like, what the fuck? What? That was like a whole ass thing. And I like fully forgot. Like, people get mad about Trudeau, and like, fair enough, he's done blackface multiple times. Dude is like, Trudeau has done some shit, right? And like, but like I think we forget how, like, wildly different it was going from, like, Harper to Trudeau. Like, do y'all also remember, Harper also used to, like, if the things that Trump is doing now, Harper used to do. Just sneakier. Because he was coherent mentally. Trudeau's expert Stephen Harper was a monster. Yeah, Stephen Harper was a climate change denialist. He muzzled scientists, especially climate scientists. He was homophobic. He was like against gay marriage. Like, shit was rough. And Stephen Harper right now is working... Remember the science book burning? Yeah. Stephen Harper right now works for a company that develops AI and weaponry for Israel. Just FYI. Like, Stephen Harper is like big pro Israel. He's a lot. He's a lot. And yeah. Stephen Harper has a lot more influence in this country than he should. Still. He should fuck off. This week, Tenike went as far as releasing internal PC party numbers to Toronto Star to show the federal Liberals taking significant lead over the Poilievre's Conservative Party of Canada. The public criticism that the campaign failed to adequately address concerns about Trump is just not landing at the top levels of the federal campaign, sources said. Poilievre and Byrne just rejected this as the central ballot question, said one conservative. Which is fucking wild. If you can't understand that our sovereignty is a central ballot question, you are not fit to lead this country. The number of Canadian scientists just inundated the internet with their methods to save their work when Trump was elected. Yes. I think to be fucked off Joker style. Yes. Like, a bunch of Canadians were trying to boycott Loblaws, and because of the reflation that was making our groceries almost impossible to afford here in Canada. And that wasn't, there were some people doing it, but it wasn't as widespread as it could have been. While there were calls for, yes, absolutely treason. But like, we couldn't get a unified response. And some of that is because like it was difficult. A lot of people don't have access to alternate options. But like, people were trying to push like, you know, when you can. And it was sputtering. And organically, everyone stopped buying American goods instantaneously in the span of a week. We all just stopped buying American products to the point where like, the grocery stores started putting up little Canadian flags to be like, this is made in Canada. And now it's like hard to find, like American products are just not on shelves anymore. Like, not a central ballot question when people in Montreal are saying they're proud to be Canadian. Quebecers were singing the anthem at hockey games. We were booing the American anthem, and the fucking Quebecois were singing the Canadian national anthem in English. Not just singing the anthem, singing it in English. How is that not the most wild shit? That, like, you should immediately be like, that is the most important thing happening right now. We're worried about our sovereignty. A bunch of people are like concerned we're gonna go to an actual war. We went from having like the most integrated two economies in the entire history of the world for like most of the existence of our country. Just having that, never thought I'd see in my lifetime. Yeah. Like, we're making like trade agreements with not America. Our fucking border library is all fucked up now. We can't go to the US. Like, I don't know if you guys saw it, but there's like a travel advisory from Canada that if we go to the US, we should be prepared for our phones to be checked, our social media to be checked, and to be possibly detained. If they decide to deport us, that they might detain us in the meantime. There's a travel advisory for Canadians going to the US. For people who aren't Canadian, I cannot begin to explain to you that, like, there are parts of Canada. Let me see if I can pull up a fucking map, right? There are parts of Canada that are in America. It is hard to explain. Like, if I zoom out enough that I don't dox myself, right? So this is the country. I've had thoughts about applying for visas to go to the US. The thing is, we're not, for tourist visas, we're not supposed to have to for under 30 days. But, okay, so this is Canada, right? This is Canada. This is the United States, right? So if I know there's one over here. So if we zoom in over here. I don't know where it is. But there's some places where, like, this sort of a thing happens. Where, like, there'll be, like, a spit of land that comes down across the border. Some bagels with cream cheese? Fuck yeah. A year ago, that was unthinkable. Yeah. I'm just trying to see. There should be some around. I don't know offhand. But there's some places where, like, there'll be like an island or something where in order to get into your country, you have to like cross the border. Fort Roberts near Vancouver. Oh, this bit. Yeah, this right here. So this is America. This is America. This is Canada. For these Americans to get into America, they have to drive through Canada. Yeah. So this bit. So these people, they live in Washington. They have to go through Canada to visit more America. Right? And that's never been a problem before. People who live in Point Roberts, if they just drive into Canada, we're like, yeah, sure, whatever. Their high school students have to go through Canada every day because Port Roberts doesn't have a high school. Yeah. So, like, they cross an international border every single day. And that's never been a problem. And I believe there's one going the other way. There's stuff like this all across the border. Where there's, like, places where it, like, the spit of land crosses and then there's water and you have to drive around. There are a couple, yeah. I just went, because I knew that we're kind of vaguely where this one was, and I knew that's far enough away from Toronto where I won't dox myself by accident. There's cities that are cut in half by the border, yeah. But, like, it's never mattered before. Our nations have been so intertwined that this has never been a problem. Right? There's a library that I was referencing that's half on the border, and you used to just be able to go in and out and it was fine. Lifted the Masters and did completely Paris. Mad's definitely working. Fuck yeah. But like Canadians and Americans could both go in that library and wander around, and there's like a border line on the floor. And you could just walk over, it was fine. And then now we can't. The Fire Nation attacked. Yeah. The fucking Fire Nation attacked. But like that's legitimately like never. You could just walk in, it was fine, and now Americans are like, well, the Canadians have to come in America and go in the American entrance, or you can't, like, cross the line. Like, there's, like, guards at the line in the library, and it's like, the fucking library! This has never mattered before. Like, when I was in high school, there were 3 different times that I was on school band trips where we went to the States. Twice to Florida, where we went to Disney, and once to Chicago. To perform, it was like a band competition thing. And they didn't check our passports. Some of us didn't. I don't even know if everyone had a passport. It was just a bus full of high school kids, and they're like, yeah, sure, whatever. They didn't check us or anything. Because we were only going to be there for a week. Whatever. They're like, you don't need a visa, so, like, go ahead. Like, that's how wild this is. Only? Yeah. Think when you were in high school you didn't need one? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure we just needed like some sort of photo ID. So some of the kids just had driver's licenses. But like, keep in mind too, if I go over here, oh yeah, there's probably some along like this shit. But if I go down to Niagara Falls here, right? This bridge right here, you used to be able to just walk across. I walk across the border all the time with just my birth certificate. Yeah. That's so weird. So much of this shit is just wildly performative too, like the fucking Freedom Prize. Yeah. Yeah, like the Canadianos and Americano. It's like, whatever. I get it, but like, at least with us, it's like a threat to our sovereignty and not just someone not going to war with us. So stupid. But like, you used to be able to just walk across. You literally could just walk across and it was no big deal. If you were on foot, you didn't... There's no border crossing, like, guard there. There's, like, a dude. You walk across it, my mom and aunt used to walk across to go drinking. Yeah. I've been there. I don't think we walked across, but we considered it. But you can just walk across. Sure, now they check your shit. I'm sure, especially now, but, like... You used to be able to just wander over. Like, it wouldn't matter. No one cared. You just go into the States. There used to be a ferry From Toronto to Rochester. So there used to be a ferry that went here. So you could do day trips to New York. You literally used to be able to do day trips to New York. When I worked in the Falls, yeah. Somebody shopping day trips as well, yeah. And like people used to just dip across the border all the time. It was like never a problem until now suddenly it fucking is. So for Poilievre to not understand the severity of this is baffling. More weird crossings in the Falls that are now probably a nightmare. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like... like, that line... like, imagine doing the Maid of the Mist and you just cross that line a little bit by accident because of the fucking current. Like, could you imagine? Like, this is ridiculous. This is such a, like, a ridiculous thing. Like, what? Like, yeah, the border's where it is, but, like, who cares? Who gives a fuck? Who cares? 90% of the Canadian population lives within 100K of the US border. Yeah. Yeah, of course people are concerned. Yep. We all live, like, roughly... like, here. We all live roughly here. And then also, like, there's some people here. But, like, here. So the majority of the population lives here. And here. And that's pretty much it. Like, I hate that I had to fucking pull out a map for this. To just explain why Pierre Poilievre is a moron. Like, he's a moron. So he doesn't understand that this is a central ballot question. Of fucking course it is. It's like I used to joke that Kiev is 2 hours from Russia by tank. Joke. Yeah. Like, people of power care, people who want to control care. Yeah. But it's just like, they didn't used to is the thing, because our countries used to be so aligned that it wasn't a problem. Like, it used to not matter. It used to be our countries were so close together, we bragged about having the world's longest undefended border. You could just wander across, and it didn't fucking matter. I honestly wonder if some of the, like, anti-Canadian walking across the border stuff is because we have much more open immigration and they're doing that whole anti-immigration thing, that they're worried about people who immigrate here then walking across. Thinks it'll get fixed because he's conservative and Trump will be chill. Just like it's not happening. Yeah. Honestly, I feel like part of the reason he's not addressing it is because he's so Trumpian that he just doesn't want to draw attention to Trump, because if people don't like Trump, then they'll see that he's the same fucking person. Like, we'll get into it, but like, Pierre does all of the same shit. The same, like, the last little bit, he's been like hoarding Trump and like Trump's advisors and acting like Trump. So like, just cash in on it. Yeah. I mean, try. It won't go well because everyone's fucking mad. Even like GOP, like Trump voters, like MAGA people are starting to turn on Trump. So is it, yeah. Yeah. One conservative suggested the tension, not only between Ten Eyck and Byrne, but also between the Ontario and federal conservative leaders, amounts to a civil war within the conservative movement. Yeah, well, because there's a difference between these extremely controlling, like, Christian nationalist white supremacists, that's Gantz, yeah, and, like, small c conservatives that just want, like, small government, like, economy focused, that, like, don't give a shit about this culture war shit. Because, like, that's part of why, Aaron O'Toole didn't do super great. Wonder if Doug is aiming at PM. He absolutely is. He wants Pierre's position. He does. He absolutely does. And that would be a tragedy, but yeah. But Aaron O'Toole got pushed out of being the leader of the federal conservatives because he was, like, chill with gay people. He was like, I don't give a fuck about this culture war nonsense. I don't care. I want, like, economic conservative policies and small government. It's not small government to give a shit about what dickhead over there is marrying. I don't give a fuck. Why would I care? And then he got all yelled at because he didn't care. But yeah, it's just ridiculous. But of course there's a civil war. Like, some people give a shit about Canadian sovereignty. That should be a conservative value, is that Canada remains Canada. That shouldn't be that difficult. Another source said the campaign has a weird fixation with relatively minor issues, like how the media is reporting Pierre's rally crowd sizes. This conservative said this should not be a concern for senior leaders like Byrne, giving other issues they are grappling with. Like, the crowd size thing is legitimately Trumpian. Yeah, I just can't. I just can't. The source said the priority should be on crafting a better strategy to blunt the liberal momentum, but the source wasn't hopeful that would actually happen. There won't be a shift because the people who run this campaign don't want to shift, referring to both Byrne and Poilievre. What's likely to happen, the source said, is some sort of counteroffensive against Carney with persistent attacks to try and sully the liberal leader's reputation and drive down his favorability ratings. One conservative said Poilievre has repeatedly condemned Trump, and some of the criticisms of him being too soft on the president are unfair, pointing to Poilievre's forceful statement after the president announced a plan to slap tariffs on autos. But this source said the campaign has missed the mark on its policy announcements, focusing on non-U.S. or trade-related issues that are little concern to voters when the country faces a crisis with its one-time closest friend and neighbor. The source said Thursday TFSA's top-up announcement sounded tone-deaf, while Poilievre's tough-on-crime pitch on Friday at a BC sawmill, which could face disruptions because of U.S. tariffs, was bizarre. The source said Poilievre is not used to running behind, so he's wedded to the playbook that got him in the lead in the first place. A source said the campaign staffing is also particularly concerned with last-minute adjustments to who's doing what, causing uncertainty and confusion. Sullying Carney's rep isn't really working because he's bland as shit. Yeah. Yeah, watching the conservatives eat themselves instead of the left is kind of nice. But also, like, Carney's bland as shit, but also, like, he's not a politician, so he has no record to attack. Like, what are you going to attack him on? That he was a banker? We're in the middle of an economic crisis. You want a banker. He's dealt with crises like this before. Like, he helped us weather the 2008 financial crisis. He helped Britain get through Brexit. I shouldn't care about crowds after Trump gets mocked for it, yeah. And, like, so Carney doesn't have a record to attack. He's a very bland personality. He just comes across like some guy's dad. He really just has big dad energy. And also, like, when he's asked a question, he answers the fucking question. He just answers questions. And, like, if he thinks your question is stupid, he'll just be like, that's not the right question. This is the question you should be answering. I'll answer that. And then I'll explain why that your question wasn't the question you should be answering. Like, he just doesn't bullshit you. He's just like, no, this is the thing that I'm doing. Like, it's so easy. They keep trying to say that he was an advisor to Trudeau, but that doesn't mean they listened or whatever. And he was also an advisor to fucking Harper. Stephen Harper loved him. Because he was competent at what he does. And, like, I'm not really that pro-capitalism. I don't like bankers. But, like, even I can see that, like, he answers fucking questions. Like, it's really hard to attack a guy who, when the press goes, like, make some, like, weird specious argument, he doesn't go, like, mealy-mouth politics words about it. He just goes, like, no, that's a silly question and you know it. This is what's happening. Here's the nuance. Here's the actual facts. Like, it's so weird to me that, like, you're gonna go against Carney. It's so weird. like, attacking him personally just doesn't seem like a good strategy. And they started with, like, carbon tax stuff, and he just went, okay, I'll get rid of the carbon tax. And they're like, they just keep trying to attack him for shit that has nothing to do with anything. Down to have a guy that knows how it works? Yeah. It's not a worthwhile strat. No, yeah, exactly. It's like, what the fuck? People didn't like Trudeau, but he had a history to go on, and he'd been PM for a decade. So there's plenty of, like, usually governments don't last more than 10 years in Canada at the longest. Yeah. Like, oh, he's delaying the election. I'm like, he called it a week after he became prime minister. They have nothing to attack. There's nothing. What do you want to attack? So, like, the only things to attack are policies, but that means now you have to give what you're doing. And the thing is, like, his fucking policies are shit like, yeah, you know, like, how we had after World War II government-funded housing? Instead, you can't really even attack it as socialism, because he's like, we literally already did that after World War II. That's why, like, all the boomers had fucking houses. We're just gonna do that again. It's really hard to go, like, attack wartime housing, because it worked. It's not like he's proposing a plan we've never done before. He's like, yeah, we're just gonna have, like, pre-approved plans so that developers can just make them easier. That's a bunch of red tape. Makes things cheaper, more affordable. And then, like, it has been a decade? Yeah. Trudeau's been prime minister for a decade. And, like, it's been nice not having, I mean, 5 years of it's been COVID. Whole time I've been here, yeah. Worst part is I've seen people attack the housing plan. Well, it's because they're fucking stupid. Like, there is nothing I can actually find fault in the housing plan. Really. Like, Paul Martin ran after being the only prime minister to reduce the deficit. Worked for him. Yeah. Like, the only finance minister, yeah. But do they give houses to the undeserving? I guess. But it's like, it's really, really, really difficult to attack. You forget they want us dead. No, they do. They do. But so, like, the housing crisis is so big of a problem affecting what would be the middle class. Like, it's affecting boomers who want to downsize. House of Amphi, yeah. But it's like, shitheels can attack the housing plan, but it's not going to work with a wide part of the electorate. Sorry, I'm just turning on a light. So it's just not a valid strategy. Like, nothing they're doing is working. And, like, since this article came out, Pierre has been pivoting a little bit to be a little bit more hard on Trump, but it's not, like, working. He keeps saying, like, oh, Trump would want a liberal prime minister. And, like, what Trump said was, like, I don't care. I don't care who wins. He was like, Poilievre's an idiot. And, like, maybe working with a liberal would be easier, but I don't really care. Yeah, they think it's 2008 and all they have to do is run attack ads. Yeah, it doesn't work. I'm having so much fun watching this. Yeah. Like, it's straight up there. It's not working. It's not working. Have a fucking policy. Attack ads don't work. It didn't work in Ontario when they tried to attack Ford, and there was actually substantial stuff to go at him for. But because the Liberals and the NDP didn't have... Part of it's because both of the leaders were new. I was 12, yeah. But, like, you need to have substantial policy for people to vote for it, to encourage people to get out to vote. Otherwise, they just won't. They won't bother. But what you're trying to do is not win voters from the other parties. That's not really what's happening these days. The thing you're trying to do is get people to vote at all. Voter turnout is low enough that, you know, instead of bickering over the 30% of people who vote and be like, okay, well, 10% vote for each of us, let's bicker over that, like, a 1% shift here and there. There's 70% of the eligible voters who don't vote. You could win in a landslide if you just had fucking something that, like, inspired them to come out. See Kamala Harris, exactly. Just have a fucking policy that people are excited to vote for, and they'll show up. That's not hard. It's genuinely not difficult. And this is why I'm so disappointed in the NDP, because they keep fucking not doing that. Have, like, be something that's not just orange liberals. Give us something. I want to be excited about, like, the NDP, because, like, the NDP brought us dental care and pharmacare, and I love that, and, like, more childcare funding and a bunch of other stuff. Having a presence the other 3 years of having government, yeah. Just fucking lie and fix it in post, yeah. Honestly, you're politicians. Like, just fucking say something. Like, the NDP, like, I get so tired of, like, NDP attack ads on the liberals and the conservatives. Like, even when I agree with the attacks and, like, the points that they're making, it's like, I want to know what your policy is. Thank you for the follow. Follows are anonymous in case you want to lurky lurk. But I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Make an attempt? Yes. Just do anything. Like, and you have such an easy win. Spend that money on something useful? Yeah. Like, no attack ads. Focus on the shit that matters. And, like, the electorate has made it very clear what we fucking value right now, which is Canadian sovereignty. Just do that. In addition to concerns about focus, several sources describe aggressive behavior by leaders on the campaign, suggesting it is an environment ruled by fear. There's frequent yelling and belittling, sources said. One source says the way the highest echelons in the campaign have treated them. I've treated one team member can only be described as bullying. There's no other word for it. Two other sources said Poilievre is set to speak more about Trump and his threats in an upcoming swing to Ontario. Some conservatives defend the direction the campaign is taking. Kate Harrison, a conservative strategist, and on CBC's The House, the ballot question that will help conservatives is around cost of living, affordability, and frankly, the problems and the track record that brought Canadians to this place of vulnerability based on the last 9 years. Except, right, the cost of living, a lot of that is provincial or overall global inflation that has nothing to do with the federal government. My only struggle is I see a bunch of the non-urban parts of the country excusing anything Pierre does and says in a Trumpian way. I see attack ads where they really shouldn't. Fair. Like, I mean, we'll always have some attack ads. Every time I've seen an ad start, you can tell. Yeah. Mostly an issue of information access. Yeah. But like the thing is, the other parties can any ad that's happening is you can respond to that. You can get out ahead of it by going like, hey, so like the cost of living and affordability, like you can be like, hey, make the internet a nationalized utility. Oh, full agree. But have a policy, and then you can be like, yeah, the cost, like, the thing that Democrats do wrong is they try and deny that there's a problem. When instead you should agree that there's a problem, assuming there is one, like stuff like housing and stuff, but like, yes, there's a problem, and this is how we're going to fix it. Don't just go like, oh, well, because Trump said it, it's not a real problem. It's like, no, it is. 2/3 of respondents identify the cost of living as one of the most important issues facing Canada today. I think there's a link that conservatives can make between the policies of the last 9 years, yes, the threat and the impact of tariffs, and this existential threat that Canadians face without having it be a referendum on Donald Trump alone. Yes, you can do that, but you're not. Or it's not a federally handled issue. Yeah, I really think, like, the federal government needs to be better at being, like, like, healthcare is not federal jurisdiction. If you're having issues accessing healthcare, that's a provincial issue. Or, like, housing is mostly, like, a provincial issue. We can do some stuff. Yeah. Shahira's voice change to left ear and right ear and then return to normal sometimes. Yeah, let me know if there's, like, an audio issue. Oh, is it occasionally, like, my audio is, like, panning weird? I wonder if it's, like, the new cord. is sometimes stereos. Do that very briefly. That might be the new chord. Goes back and forth, but it doesn't bother me. Okay. I'll definitely have to, like, figure out the audio issues. But yeah, I'm so frustrated with the Sunshine F Carney flag. Great. Great. Cool. Love that for us. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to figure out if it's, like my mic or something, maybe? Ugh. Okay. So, last couple election things that I want to cover. So this I'm not going to go deep into, but I did just want to briefly cover it. 84 federal candidates given green light by Canadian anti-abortion group. All of the four major parties have standing policies to keep access to abortion freely available. Oppose this fact as an ecosystem of anti-abortion activists and lobbyists who want to abolish abortion. One of the largest abortion abolition groups, the Campaign Life Coalition, released lists every election cycle of candidates it deems supportable. Its designation is determined by candidates' public statements, voting records, and responses to questionnaires distributed by the organization. I find it so fascinating that something as tame as fuck name is, like, legitimately a big deal here because of how rarely it happens. Yeah. Yeah. 6 foot by 6 foot. I mean, the grifter's gonna grift and then make their fucking merch dollars off of it. Honestly, a lot of times when people have merch companies, if it's not like someone who's like a content creator who, like, there's legitimate desire for them to have merch, or like a band or something, if someone has merch, I immediately think they're a grifter. But if you're selling shit with a slogan on it, and you're not like an artist, a musician, or like a full-time streamer, or even a part-time streamer, like if you have a dedicated fan base, like I don't have fucking merch. Why the fuck would I have merch for? Especially political merch. What the fuck do I need that for? Especially if you have merch before you have anything else important. Like, it's like an orange flag at least when people sell merch and they're not like an artist of some kind. I'm like, what do you need that for? Why do you think people need like random crap with your thoughts on it? Again, like, you know, like I'm literally wearing merch right now. Alex Jones, yeah. But like, this is art. An artist drew this based off of music that some musicians made. Band shirts make sense. Art on shirts, when like an artist makes stuff, that makes sense. Like Salt has a bunch of weird meme shit, but it's like they have a community that like loves that shit. But like, and also that wasn't like start streaming and immediately make merch. It was like streaming for a bit and then make merch as people like want it. Some of those living in an area that got subsumed by the alt-right during the pandemic, it really has regrettably become a badly done dog whistle. Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad we kind of got our flag back a little bit. There's 50 candidates from the Conservative Party, 24 from the People's Party of Canada, 7 from the Christian Heritage Party, 2 from the United Party of Canada, and 1 from the Libertarian Party. Not all candidates have responded to the CLC survey, but of those who did, 29 federal candidates responded no to the question of, are there any circumstances under which you believe a woman should have access to abortion? Seeing too many people wear it is obviously there because they can't fly two other ones, the fuck Trudeau flags. Yes. Basically, it's a Confederate / Nazi flag, Canadian version, and slightly more subtle because it's not like, it doesn't have that overt history. Taking over where nationalists were flying the Canadian flag, yeah. And like, yeah, it's also what Azura said. Yes. Because it doesn't have that history, so it's not obvious that it's hate. I immediately don't trust anyone flying Canadian flag by default. So, that's the thing. Before the fuck Trudeau people, I actually did. Because a lot of people would fly the Canadian flag, like, or you brought in enough to be proud of it? Yeah. Well, the thing is with the Canadian flag is it was also more neutral back then, where like people would do things like Steph has a Canadian flag stitched on her bag because when you travel, flagging that you're Canadian and not American helps immediately let people know that you're not gonna be a shithead. Because to other countries, like, our accents are similar enough that it's hard for them to tell. So by going like, oh, I'm Canadian, a lot of like other countries, when you go there, they're like, oh, awesome, you're from Canada. Whereas like Americans are like, oh, this fucking shit again. To the point where like really nice Canadian or American tourists would put Canadian flags on their bags to be like it was usually like a good sign of a North American tourist who wasn't gonna suck. Or like there used to be a lot of Canadian national pride in our, like, we always have that in sports, but like in specifically, we used to differentiate for travelers. People used to be so bad about it traveling. Yeah. But also like it used to be really good because we'd have pride in our efforts as UN peacekeepers. That used to be primarily what our military did, was UN peacekeeping missions. Very subjective, and I also do mean the actual flag. Yeah. But like I know some people that would have it because they were veterans or around the Olympics. Always angry about immigration. Yo, obviously in your situation, totally fucking get it. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's just like a lot of Canadian pride is in being not American too. So like sometimes the Canadian flag was a way of being like, I don't stand for war, or like Canadian national identity is very, very complicated compared to like a lot of other kinds of national identity, because like we don't have like a really, really, really strong cohesive national culture, and we've always, up until very recently, had a lot of like pride in being a mosaic. We used to contrast ourselves with America, where they would call themselves a melting pot where everyone becomes American. We always prided ourselves on being a mosaic where when you immigrate, you bring some of your culture with you, and that adds to ours by being this diverse mix. Obviously, you being an immigrant would know more about that than me, about how that actually comes across. It's hard when your national identity is not this country. Yeah. And it's like, and like, I don't blame you for being like a little bit like, okay, what does this mean? But like when I was growing up, usually if people were flying a Canadian flag, it was like the Olympics are coming up, or we're doing like a Canadian sports thing or whatever. And like, too many fish were shut. Yeah, totally fair. But like we had our own like, things were just complicated. Number of immigrants that used it too as a sign of wanting to participate in the culture alongside theirs. A lot of immigrants would fly the Canadian flag in their own side by side. Yeah, I see that a lot too, where it'll be like a Canadian flag and then like a Portuguese flag, or a Canadian flag and an Indian flag, or Canadian flag with like a, I don't know, Swedish or whatever. Or Canadian and like Peru and stuff. Pretty much where I'm at, yeah. Yeah. It's complicated. But when I see it, like there was a bit during the fuck Trudeau stuff where if I saw a Canadian flag, I would just assume they were Nazi. But a lot of times when I'd see Canadian flags, outside of that context, it would just be like, you know, it's just whatever. Usually with sports, like people who liked sports and hockey, that would fly Canadian flags if it wasn't for like any particular reason. Otherwise, like, I also don't know that many people who fly Canadian flags that aren't big sports fans, honestly. So yeah, just like that stuff's complicated. But yeah, this is a whole survey about abortion stuff. It's very long. It has a whole list of people. So do check in this list. I'm gonna put this in chat. Do look through this list to see if there's someone. Obviously, we would never vote for any of these people. Anyone who would be in my chat would not vote for any of this. But if your family members live in any of these ridings, just to be careful for the CPC specifically. Because I know a lot of people, like, don't realize that that's a problem. The saddest World Cup fans, yeah. But yeah, that's just sort of where I'm at for this, is just like, you know, be aware. Know that there are candidates that are extremely anti-abortion. None of them are liberal. Because in this article, it says when Justin Trudeau assumed leadership in 2013, supporting access to abortion became a requirement of running for the Liberals the following year. Liberal Party MPs that had previously identified as pro-life include 3 other people, all of whom reportedly agreed to vote against any policy that would seek to regulate abortion. 2 of them aren't even seeking re-election, and the last one is in Winnipeg North. So yeah. We're just announcing that we're masochists, yes. Gonna start making dinner? Okay, cool. Cool. Food. Yes. I guess the last thing I'm going to cover politically, and then maybe we'll wind down. I don't think I have time to play games because I have to be done streaming in 90 minutes. Because my dad's going to call. Because I have too much work stuff on the weekends. So I have to do my calls with my dad on Monday nights instead of Sunday nights because I have to drop off my work phone and stuff. This is the last weekend where things are going to be funky. So the next stream won't be this Thursday. It'll be next Thursday. And we'll be back to our regularly scheduled program. So yeah, we've got that going on. I swear to God, eat. Yes, please do eat, cat. But yeah, so we're going to cover one last news thing. The good thing is this is pretty much all of the stuff I wanted to cover politically. When's the election again? It is the 28th of April. So it's this month. Hey, Google. I'm also right here and we're talking about it, so that's fine. So Easter is on the 20th, and then our election is 8 days later. So yeah. I'm excited for it to be done. Yeah, no worries. But yeah, I think this is all the stuff I want to cover politically, and there's like, I should check the game poll. You should. But yeah, I do want to at some point do a deep dive on the concept of epistemic justice. Because I think that's a useful concept for, like, broadly, but it's not specifically election related. It's just in general. Woo! Thank you.
Thorough the Emptiness just resubscribed.
Thank you for the 2 months and the Prime. Could have used that anywhere. You chose to use it here. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. Did the sub thing scare you, Kat? Kat, you're so easy to scare. You're so fucking funny. Oh my god. Yeah, Pint when I'm out IRL streaming is probably gonna Korok scare me, specifically to scare Kat more than it will scare me. But yeah, I want to cover epistemic justice at some point. There's like a couple things I want to talk about. Hexanaut after the election. I'm definitely thinking I want to do like, it's a problem, yeah. I really do want to like discuss like the satanic holidays when they come up. But I do also want to, because I hadn't done political streams in a bit because we'd been doing gaming. So there was like kind of a backlog of stuff, and the election's kind of important. Yeah, I just don't want to like too much politics, but you know, the election coming up, I did want to cover some things, especially with the threats coming from the U.S. Definitely want to cover some stuff. Yeah, I'm sorry for skipping for not getting Cozy hoodie. It's my warmest hoodie. It's so nice. I'm sorry for doing so much of it and not getting to Antichamber. I will say I've had headaches lately, and I had vertigo last week, so like I'm starting to get a headache now. I'm trying to pace myself because I don't know what I think it's because of how Antichamber is meant for keyboard and mouse, and I'm using a controller, and it's like fucking with my brain a little bit. But yeah, we'll do Antichamber, and hopefully by then I will have some good news about the IRL stream stuff too, because I really want to take y'all to like my favorite cemeteries in the city, especially. Your thing? Yeah. Also, when we do IRL streams, when we finally get those going, they will be bonus streams. So, presuming I have time. So they won't be in place of our normal Thursday stream, they'll be like an extra thing. So probably like a Friday during the day sort of situation. Or like maybe like a Monday or Tuesday, depending on like what else I have going on, because my life is wild. I do have to catch up on a bunch of stuff from the last couple weeks, and I've had no time to do things. I've been working too much. Because life never ends, does it? So yeah, we'll have one last thing, and then I'm going to show you all. I did. We'll cover one last political thing, and then I want to show you guys, like, talk a little bit about the concert I went to. I did a shoot and a concert, and I did 2 shoots. So I did 2 photo shoots and a concert since we last chatted. Also my hair, but I mean, that's not super news. My hair changes, it does that. My hair does the thing. Yeah. Also, I can do a quick fit check. So, I'm like a little warm. I can't temperature regulate for shit. But yeah, I've got the purple cloak pants. I've got my Starlight Brigade t-shirt that I don't know if you can see. I might have to crouch. Huh. Starlight Brigade. And then this is my Cradle of Filth hoodie. It's got weird little symbols on the sleeves and Cradle of Filth like logo. And then I'll show you the back. Heads up, it has titties, I guess. The back of my sweater, has Satan and then a bunch of naked ladies. Yeah. It's just titties. There's nothing else showing, but there's a lot of titties on there. I'm wearing my Hollow Knight hoodie. It looks very similar. Hell yeah. Temperature regulation is for suckers, yeah. Sexual ivory, yeah. Okay. Have fun. Enjoy your exercise, darling. Heads up, it has titties. Amazing. Yeah, it really does. I had to think for a second. I'm pretty sure titties is okay on TOS if it's like art and like a split second. There is, yeah, 4 naked women. One of them you can't really see anything, but all of the other 3 you can very clearly see their titties. Female presenting nipples, yeah. I mean, All Night Hoodie has titties. That is like out of context, Salt. The fact that that's all you've said since we were talking about ADHD, love that. That's if I wear the Flute Marm shirt. True. Man, I love Fluke Marm. But yeah, so one last thing to cover, and then I'll talk about how, like, just show some BTS of my shoots and things. Yes. You should be able to go to Prime more than once, because you'll have, temperature regulation now. Okay. So, this is the thing I want to cover because this has been pissing me off.
Jason, Premier Smith took a lot of heat for attending this gala. How'd you do? How'd you make out with this one?
So I think it seemed like she knew that she was going to be watched on this one, given how much controversy on the federal campaign trail there was over her comments earlier this month at Breitbart News, where she talked about Pierre Poilievre being in sync with Donald Trump's direction, and this idea that she was apparently recommending to administration officials that they pause the tariffs, in part because this was hurting the Conservatives' election cause. Ben Shapiro, this podcaster that she was on stage with at the PragerU, this controversial conservative election group's fundraiser gala. Ben Shapiro was talking to her about how Poilievre seems to be hurting in this whole thing. We should remove this obstacle to the trade war. Danielle Smith wasn't biting, wasn't really going there.
It's always good to have
she
you.
did go, which I think was interesting, was, you know, other politicians have talked about elbows up with relation to the 51st state thing, or the idea that, you know, Canada is not for sale, putting on hats and everything. Danielle Smith's not taking that approach. When Ben Shapiro was joking about that, here's what she said. You know that Canada tends to be a little bit more progressive. That would be like adding another California to your electoral system, and you would never have a Republican president in the White House again. So I would just caution you that it's probably best for us to just stay friends, and friends should never move in together. So taking the much gentler approach in her diplomacy, not saying that we take offense and you shouldn't be saying this to us, Americans.
Well, yeah. I mean, the Breitbart thing inflamed.
Also, friends should never move in together. That's literally just what roommates are a thing, my dude. Girl, please. Yeah. Also, like, that would be so bad for you guys. It's like, you think they'd let us vote? We'd be Puerto Rico North is what we would be. You think they would let, if they don't care about our consent enough to let us have sovereignty, do you think they care about us consenting through voting? Absolutely the fuck not. Look at Ukraine, you dumb fuck. Yeah, literally. Really? But she's also talking to Ben Shapiro, so she's already an idiot.
A lot of things. This doesn't seem like it's had that effect nationally, certainly. What's the reaction there in Alberta?
In Alberta, the Alberta NDP was going hard on her, pleading with her not to go, talking to somebody who's this Ben Shapiro figure who has mocked the idea of Canada as a country, and this idea that she's going down at taxpayers' expense. They've even talked about her as on Team Trump, not Team Canada.
Hope you're doing well.
But Danielle Smith, she's been taking almost a mission accomplished with this, saying that the big deal was that on Friday, the day after she appears at this stage with Ben Shapiro, he's on his podcast talking about tariffs for part of his podcast, and it's very well listened to, like tens of millions of listeners to a podcast. The only issue being, though, that he's said this before, including on his podcast a few weeks ago.
All right, Jason, thank you so much. This is CBC's Jason Markusoff in Calgary.
Yeah. So, with Germany annexed to Austria paralleling, yes. So this is infuriating me. So, Sudetenland Burr, yes. So, the way that Danielle Smith is operating right now it's treason, right? Because she's trying to undermine our federal government. She's trying to undermine the other premiers who are working together, all the other first ministers, and is talking to PragerU and Ben Shapiro about pausing tariffs in order to benefit Pierre Poilievre becoming prime minister, which is foreign election interference. Trying to work with a foreign government in order to have policies that would benefit your preferred candidate for election is foreign interference. Just because she's a premier doesn't mean she gets to do that. So, like, she keeps talking to Ben Shapiro? Let's just punch Ben Shapiro just as a treat for us. Yeah. Trying to find a not paywalled article. Oh my god, stop autoplaying a tiny little video in the corner. I don't want your tiny little video in the corner. Okay, here we go. This is CTV News, which is sort of centrist. Alberta Premier Danielle Smith said she had a great time at the controversial PragerU East Coast Gala. Premier posted to social media late Thursday night saying she had a meaningful fireside chat with Ben Shapiro about the Canada-US trade dispute and the benefits of removing tariffs. I will always stand up for the best interests of Albertans, and I'm grateful for the opportunity I had to share our message with hundreds of Americans tonight and thousands more via social media in the weeks to come. Smith has come under fire for a decision to fly to Florida for the fundraising event at PragerU, a conservative content company that has been criticized for minimizing the harms of slavery and climate change. Going for dinner? Do you DM these articles? Yeah, I can send this one to you. If there's anyone, like an article in specific that you want, let me know. I'm trying to find you. It's really hard. There you are. Because of the shortening stuff. There you go. Streamer mode is a whole thing. But yeah, for PragerU, give me a second. So PragerU is funded by oil executives. It's meant for climate denial. It's also a lot of far right stuff. I'm not going to click this because I don't. This is really funny. Are people born good? Dennis Prager calls babies pure narcissists. Like, it's so funny. Actually, let me see if I can. Okay. I don't want to give him a click, but we're going to watch this because it's so fucking funny that I need this. I need you to see this. These are the people Danielle Smith decided to hang out with.
First, is there a God? Specifically, a moral and judging creator. The second is, are people basically good? Your answer to the second question will shape just about all of your moral, social, and political views, even more than whether you believe in God. That's why a believer and an atheist who have the same views about human nature almost always have the same social and political views. Let me give you some examples.
Weirdly,
You've probably heard the phrase, poverty causes crime.
yeah. So like weirdly, I had a bunch of discussions about this kind of topic. Also, yes, if your underlying beliefs are the same, whether or not you believe in God or not, doesn't actually change anything if your perspectives are the same. But also, like, are people inherently good? That's a conversation that TST has been having a lot lately, because Better Angels of Your Nature is like one of our primary texts that goes through that. It's not a very good book, but like the narrative in it is kind of interesting. Essentially, this Christian nationalist viewpoint is that people are born bad, original sin, and all that. I don't believe people are born bad. I believe people are born with the potential to be good or bad. That we're just creatures that survive, and we train morals and ethics into each other, or trauma and immorality. But yeah.
If you believe that people are basically good, you are likely to believe that poverty or bigotry or some other outside force causes people to commit violent crime. That's the only way you can make sense of the fact that some people commit crimes despite their basically good nature. Something drove them to it. But if you don't believe people are basically good, you're far more likely to blame the criminals themselves, not outside forces, for their actions. One more example. In a society where it is believed that people are basically good, parents and society don't devote great efforts toward making good people. After all, if we're born good,
Yeah.
why do you have to teach goodness? On the other hand, those who don't believe we are born all that good understand that parents and society have to undertake major efforts to make children into good adults.
So this perspective, if we don't have to teach goodness, then like we don't have to. I have depression telling me I'm inherently fucked up, leaving me be. Yeah. Legitimately though, like, you still have to teach them how to incorporate into society. You still have to help them, even if people are inherently good, right? They want to do right by people. They're not going to understand that people have different perspectives and different needs. So like I feel like I'm like an inherently good person, like everyone is. I was not born evil. But because I have a really high pain tolerance, it's hard for me to know sometimes that things I do to other people cause them physical pain. Because to me, I wouldn't have even felt that. I don't understand. It took me a while to realize that joint dislocations hurt other people because they don't hurt me. It doesn't mean that I'm naturally bad. It just means that we have a very different experience. So if I go like, well, I don't want to hurt you, then I don't hurt you, right? But I don't know that would hurt you, right? So if I hit you a little bit too hard because that doesn't hurt me at all, but that would hurt you, I'm not a bad person because I hurt you. I'm bad if I continue to do that. But because I'm a good person, I learn, oh, that's too much for other people. What's okay for me is not necessarily what's okay for other people. Other people have other wants and desires and perspectives that I have to be taught so that I understand that people are different from me. Sometimes we fuck up. Yeah, people make mistakes. And it's usually just because, like, people are different. So it's hard to know, like, the golden rule of, like, treat everybody how you'd like to be treated. That's a good desire to want to treat other people like you'd want to be treated. But the thing is, sometimes I want to be choked and slapped around a little bit. I'm not gonna just do that to people, right? Like, you gotta ask. It's because I like something doesn't mean y'all like it. I'm a fucking masochistic bottom. I can't just assume. Like there are some things I like that I know other people don't like. Like consent, exactly. Like I would really like some really hot sauce on my chicken nuggets. I can't just assume other people would want that. So like understanding that like I don't do what I would want. I ask people what they want because I'd want someone to ask me because they don't know what I want necessarily either. That's the like higher level of thinking that you have to teach children. Whereas the idea that kids are born bad if you come from that perspective, then anything a kid naturally does is wrong. That kids trying to present their own perspectives, or anytime a kid pushes back on you, then they're being evil. That leads to child abuse, right? Like, if you believe kids are inherently good, that doesn't mean that they don't have things to learn. There are morally neutral things that people have to learn, like to look both ways crossing the street because they don't know that there's a risk there. It's not that they're bad people or they want to do mean things to people. It's just they don't know. To teach kids that sometimes people have allergies, you have to respect that. That obviously means they're evil. Yeah. Because we have to raise babies who don't know how to talk into complicated thinking creatures that can ingest a fucking PragerU video and think critically about it. Like, for fuck's sake, man.
Okay, then, are people basically good? As I will show, given humanity's history, the answer should be obvious. Of course, human nature isn't basically good. Now, this doesn't mean that people are basically bad. We are born with real potential to do good, but we are not basically good. Take babies. Babies are lovable and innocent, but they're not good. They're entirely self-centered, as they have to be in order to survive. I want mommy, I want milk, I want to be held, I want to be comforted. And if you do not do all these things immediately, I will ruin your life.
Do you hear what you're saying? Yeah. Yeah. I will ruin your life. Because babies can't do anything for themselves. They're narcissists. I don't think being selfish is not good. It's neutral. Yeah. Having your own needs and desires doesn't mean you're a narcissist. They're doing that deliberately? Yes. Yes, they are. They're ruining your life. Yes, babies are deliberately ruining your life because you brought them into the world and they're like, I'm hungry and I can't, like, I am completely dependent on another person to get what I need because I can't provide for myself because I can't fucking walk. I'm not done yet. Stand against the baby cabal? Yeah. But, like, they don't have control of their bodily functions. No. And, like, the thing is, too, if you accommodate for the babies, they don't scream and cry like that. If you give a baby rudimentary sign language before they can speak, because speaking is harder than, like, some basic finger motions, they can sign basic things to you. Instead of screaming and crying when they want water, they'll just do this because they're thirsty. They'll just do this. Because babies aren't stupid. They're just new. They're just new at things. They're not dumb. Weirdly, babies are smarter than you think they are. I don't know how to deal with this. So what this is basically like, babies suck. They're demanding. It's like, let's put it this way, Kat. I will make this really easy for you to comprehend. What babies are temporarily disabled people. This is preying on new parents, yes, but it's also demonizing anyone who needs help with anything. That too, yeah. That takes weeks, yeah. It's like, they're babies. But, like, think of it this way. If I'm like, I need food, I need, like, care, I need this. Like, if you have needs, you're a narcissist. Yeah. But it's like, but this leads to child abuse, is what this does. That's what this is. This is who Danielle Smith wanted to talk to and implore to not tariff our country and instead have Polyev be in fucking charge. Is this shit. Like,
real potential to do good, but we are not basically good. Take babies. Babies are lovable and innocent, but they're not good. They're entirely self-centered, as they have to be in order to survive. I want mommy, I want milk, I want to be held, I want to be comforted. And if you do not do all these things immediately, I will ruin your life. That's do not do all these things immediately, I will ruin your life.
Yeah. Yeah. So, like, this is my favorite PragerU video. Because philosophically, it's batshit, but also, like, I don't like children. Like, I don't like being around babies. I don't like being around toddlers. I don't like being around small children. They make me profoundly uncomfortable. I'm simply unable to correct. I ruin your life. I find babies incredibly overwhelming, but like, yeah, like, I don't like them. I don't like being around babies, but I know that's a me problem. There's nothing wrong with babies. They just make a lot of noise, and I don't know what to do, and I'm scared of breaking them. And like, and then once they're past the weird, I don't know what the fuck creature you are, your head's not right, then they can move around, but like, you can't, like, my biggest issue is the small children that can move is like, it is impossible to have boundaries be respected by small children. They will touch you, they will come up to you, they will like be in your way. It is very difficult as someone with chronic pain and a cane to not dislike small children because they're in the way. The amount of times I've had random strangers' children grab my cane, walk into me, trip me, get like, play around with the disabled elevator buttons so I can't fucking use it, which I need. And yet they don't know. Like, I don't hate them. I don't think it's their fault. If anything, I'm annoyed at their parents for not stepping in the situation. Grabbing your cane is crazy. You have no idea. But like, also, like, a toddler doesn't know what the fuck that is. Like, that's what I mean to deal with. Yeah. Or their parents. Yeah, because like, I don't blame a little kid for not knowing what the weird stick I'm holding is. They don't know any better. They're not bad. They're not doing anything to be mean to me. And generally, if I, like, the main thing is just, like, little kids have a hard time if you're like, please don't touch me. They don't. Yeah. It's not hard to teach kids. Kids, as you said, aren't dumb. Yeah. It's just, like, they have a hard time remembering things. Or, like, a lot of the times if a kid is doing stuff like that to me, it's because their parents aren't parenting very well, that their parents aren't telling them, oh, please don't touch that. Like, oh, they need that to walk. Like, it hurts if you do that. Like, when parents step in, it's always fine. It's just the parents that just, like, let their kids run around and their kids don't know any better. And they think that's fine. Like, they're not inherently bad. They've been taught to do things that are stupid because their parents are dumb. They're being neglected by their parents, and then it ends up hurting me. It's the same thing with, like, dogs. I don't like being around dogs. And it's not because dogs are bad. I don't hate dogs. I don't like dog owners. But that's because a lot of dog owners will let their dogs be off leash and let their dogs jump on my cane. Or jump on me. Or be up in my business and in my way and tripping me. And then it's my fucking problem because you won't train your dog or have your dog on leash. Fucking control your fucking responsibilities. If you're gonna take on the responsibility of caring for a living being, fucking do that then. Don't make that my problem. So, like, I don't hate children. I just am very uncomfortable around them because I find it very difficult to be like, I have boundaries. You cannot touch me. I'm in pain. With children. Some kids are okay, but it's just really hard to tell. And the thing is, the thing that makes me then the next step of uncomfortable with kids beyond the way that I am with adults I don't know, because I'm kind of a little bit uncomfortable with all human beings I don't know, because all adults don't really respect my boundaries. But the difference is, if a fucking 25-year-old grabs at my cane, I can hit them and say, fuck off, don't touch me. If a 5-year-old grabs my cane, I cannot punch them and tell them to fuck off, not touch me, because they're a child. So I can't defend myself. That is inappropriate. I know I can't kick a child the way that I can kick an adult. You know? That's where I get uncomfortable. It's not the kid, it's me. It's the fact that I can't protect myself. That's the only reason why kids doing it bothers me more than when adults do it, because adults know better and they're adults and I can just hit them. If an adult decides to do sidewalk chicken with me, I can whack them in the ankles with my cane to get them to go around me. I can't do that with a child because they're a child. I'm 34. I can't hit a 10-year-old. 25-year-old though, get fucked. I will push you. Like, that's kind of where I'm at, where like I'm uncomfortable with kids. But I would never call a baby a narcissist. They have no ability to do that. Just because they have needs and they're dependent and they need help doesn't make them self-centered. Sweet, thanks. Like, also, self-centered is not necessarily a bad thing. Being focused on yourself because you need to is not bad. But, like, babies can be really sweet. Obviously not, like... I love how Steph's laughing at me because PragerU is fucked up so bad they've got me defending babies. You know how much you have to fuck up for me to try and defend babies? So much intention. Yeah, babies aren't meaning to, but like being like, oh, well, they're not bad, but they're not good. They're just neutral. I'm like, well, but you didn't cover that in your options. You said, are they basically good or are they basically bad? And if they're not basically good, then they're basically bad. That's the dichotomy that you set up. And now you're calling them narcissists. They're babies. And the thing is, little babies, if you do give them the ability to communicate, right? A lot of their crying is because they can't communicate, right? That you can't understand what they're saying and they're frustrated. Most of their crying is communication frustration. If you give them sign language or some other way to communicate that's rudimentary and you can understand what they're saying, then they are way better at just taking like, oh yeah, 1 second, let me just put this down. But like, yeah, 1 minute. Depends what sauce you do, yeah. Not inherently good equals narcissist, yeah. To make a wedding exception to the no kids rule for a 3-month-old, they cannot be physically separated. Yeah. And like, again, a 3-month-old is not going to be running around. Like, that's different than bringing like your 8-year-old. Right? That's more just like having a cat carrier or something with you. Like crying might happen, but like they can't be, they have to be there, right? But like, I don't know. Babies aren't narcissists. And if they are, I don't care. There's no fucking consequence to it. Please carry cat. I don't have the strength to do that, but someone should carry cat. But I just love this bit.
Their entire babies are lovable and innocent, but they're not good.
They're not good.
They're entirely self-centered, as they have to be in order to survive. I want mommy, I want milk, I want to be held, I want to be comforted. And if you do not do all these things immediately, I will ruin your life.
Ruin your life. So, like, this is who fucking Danielle Smith is talking to. That's, like, one of my favorite fucking videos. It's so funny. Yes, sir. What's happening? What's happening? What did I do? You can't keep replaying that. I can and I will. I can and I will. Don't make me bring it back up. I closed the tab. But I will open it again. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I don't think we need to cover more Danielle Smith stuff. I think I'm good. I think I just wanted to say she's an idiot and she's committing treason. I have a thing I want to play instead, all right? I have a thing I want to play instead. I think I want to play instead. This is for Kat. This is for you.
A cat marionette just resubscribed. Trans rights equals P. A cat marionette just resubscribed. Trans rights equals P.
Oh yeah, it's saved. I had to download it because I'm gonna make it into an alert. Transrights.mp4? Yup. Fuck it, you're getting it again.
A cat marionette just resubscribed. Trans rights equals P.
Shit's so funny. Doing meteor share? Yeah, I think Kat, you sent something and then I just forgot to click it. Like a dingus. Aw, baby. Baby. There's gonna be a hilarious alert. Look at the baby. Look at them beans. Look at them beans. Oh, that's not what I wanted it to do. Beans. Her eyes. Why are her eyes open? She's asleep. She's so cute. She's such a baby. Toe beans. Okay, let me open. Steph said something. Can someone clip that? I gotta send that to Jordan. I'm not sending him the link. I'm sending the clip of my channel. Because now I know how they feel. Oh my god. Is this how she feels every time? Ugh. All right. Fine. Rude. Fucking rude. It's rude. How dare you? How fucking dare you? So mean. Is this gonna be the thing now? Am I gonna get rickrolled now? Because I really can't clip off the phone, rip. Yeah, fucking Twitch mobile is weird. I guess worst case I'm gonna have to clip it myself, which means I'm gonna get rickrolled again. I'm gonna get rickrolled while I'm clipping. No! No! I hate everything. Does it count if it's you? I guess not if I'm doing it on purpose. That's mean. That's really mean. Fuck. Well, you've done that to me now. PogChamp. Fucking Steph. Come here. You come here. You get away from that stove that's protecting you because I don't want you to burn. You come here. Oh, no. Are we doing Meteor Quest? Oh my god. I thought you were gonna send me something like, I don't know, not terrible? Fucking god. You know what? I'm such a fucking brat when I bought them that I can't even be that mad because this is just what I do. Like, I can't. Anyway, so I did some photo shoots lately. Switching topics. Gotta switch topics. We gotta do something else. We gotta do something else. Fuck. God damn it. I'm realizing something about myself just now. What's that? That you're a brat? A brat marionette? Is that what you're realizing? Possibly. Fucking God. Okay, so I did a shoot with Gloomf. Maybe I'll try and find that because Tayden posted pictures. I think it's the easiest place to find it. Instagram, I think. So yeah, I did this photo shoot with Gloomf last week. This was on Tuesday, right after I did my hair. It was so fucking cold, you have no idea. Because that's like the pier back there. That's like the city. Like that blackness, that's water. Yo, yeah. This is down by the Hearn. They made like a new weird little towery thing. So yeah, you can see like the water and the city. And that's some fake beach thing that they've made. Love the dress, thank you! Thank you. And it says the Hearn's like right where that car is to the right. These trees were so fucking spooky in the dark. I swear to Christ. You're very doll like. Thank you. That's definitely, we were going for like creepy doll vibe based off, especially like this stuff was like when people used to do like weird little fashion shoots with like point and shoot cameras like back in like the 90s and early 2000s. Where it would just be like grainy ass, badly lit, in the dark, kind of spooky, vintagey. Like this is the sort of vibe that, you know what I mean? Yeah. It's so dark. This was so fun. It's just me trekking along. It's a very fun track. Also, this little thingy I'm standing in, the acoustics in there were freaking wild. So wild. If you stood in the middle, it echoed so much. It was weird. So I did that shoot Tuesday night. It was super, super cold. Appropriately red and creepy. Yeah. That was like a really fun shoot. Hayden and I just kind of like hung out until it was dark and then drove out. We had some like hot chocolate. Very cold. Because I'm like, I have some like thermal leggings on that Tayden gave me, but I'm just wearing like a thin blouse and that's it. So cold. It's when it snowed, right? I think it was after that. It was like, it wasn't snowing, but it was like, it snowed the Sunday. Or maybe it snowed the Wednesday, the next day. I think. But this was like like this past week. Where like Thursday was fucking beautiful. And then on like every other day it was cold. Yeah, it was bad, but it wasn't snowing. It was really fucking cold though. The rest of it was no, yeah, because I had no other time to shoot. That like I had a nighttime that was free. And then I did. I went to the NSP show. This was on Friday. I did this with Steph and Salt and Urban and Lucy. We all went to NSP. And Twerp opened. It was really, really, really good. Sold out. Is that history? This is my outfit. This is my outfit. I had the cum hat on because I have to have the cum hat on. Because I feel like it made sense because the space for Twerp and then the cum for NSB. I have my like NSB cosplay like crop top on. I didn't want to go like all out with cosplay because I wanted to still be comfy. And I was having like really bad cramps that day. And then I've had this like mesh shirt that I got at the end of mid-fall last year, so I didn't get to wear it. I fucking love this shirt. The shirt's great. I love it for layering. So I was like a good temperature. Cold as fuck outside because I forgot to bring a sweater, but the shades too. Yeah, those are like my normal glasses. I also have my like black cargo jeans on and my cum socks with sneakers. So yeah, we ended up getting some disability seating upstairs. Forget you wear glasses. Yeah, it's just for photosensitivity, so not always. And normally when I'm streaming, I just don't make it bright in here. Gotta match, yeah. So that's so you can like kind of see I hand drew that. It's like an iron-on patch that I ironed on and then sewed around the edges. You can kind of see that it's sewn. A little scalloped edge. So I sewed that on, and then this is I hand drew with like a fabric marker as well. So straight, impressive. Yeah, for obvious reasons, I'm used to drawing pentagrams. I got really good at it in high school because I was Wiccan, and then being a Satanist, I've gotten really, really, really good at it. So like I sketched it with pencil first, but I started with the dots and just kind of roughly tried to get a 5-point. And then once I did that, I kind of like just sketched out the basic outline and stuff. I'm really, really, really good at doing pentagrams and stuff like that. Yeah. And then yeah, sewed that on and stuff. She poke you about how to do headshots, like how to do like selfies. Yeah, I can show some selfie stuff. But yeah, I really love this outfit. I love that my hair was still curled. And then yeah, like that was the stage. This was at the end of the show because like I have some stuff of like Twerp. But during NSP they were like, please, Danny just wants you to like have this moment together and like not have your phones out. And honestly, I might take less photos at shows going forward because it was really nice to just focus on the show. Like maybe, you know, take an outfit selfie or maybe 1 or 2 songs, but like try and focus more on the show. I record a lot less at shows now than I used to. Because I just want to focus on being there and in the moment. But this was such a fucking good show. It was such a good show. Danny killed it. Twerp killed it. Brian was hilarious as always. Take a picture of lights usually and then forget the rest. That's honestly the way to do it, is to just be at the show. And just experience being at the show. And then, so that was the show, and then on Saturday, the next day, I shot again. This I don't have edited yet because I just got the photos back from Cryptid. Cryptid shot them on Saturday. We shot in the rain, so I still had my curled hair and it slowly fell out as it got wet. But we shot my second last set for April. We did a Alice in Wonderland like bunny thing. So yeah. This human's nickname is Cryptid, yeah. That's wonderful. Yeah, I felt super duper cute. By that point it was like 10 degrees, so it was like chilly because of the rain, but like I didn't need like, I had like one of my cloaks on, but that was it. The socks, yeah, they're thigh highs. And I have like petticoats on, and yeah, this is my like go-to Alice cosplay. It's a mix of traditional Alice, so blue dress, and blonde hair, with Alice Madness Returns, so the striped socks and the platform boots. Could I look at makeup closer, please? Yeah, actually, I think I have another photo of the makeup that I could open. Yeah. Because looks pretty. Yeah. So it's just, wow, that's much closer than I want it to be, but that works. So it's just black eyeshadow, or no, black eyeliner crayon, the NYX one, along my waterline, and then I smudged that out with black eyeshadow, greenish gray. Yeah, it's supposed to be like blue, but the warm tone of the like the light like doesn't help. Gonna go because it's almost 7, but I love you and had a great stream. Bye, Zara. Bye, Cat. Thank you so much. I appreciate you hanging out. See you again soon. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Maybe your skin, honestly, yeah, I think I need to like get a better base so that my foundation is, or so that my eyeshadow is more pigmented. But yeah, so I blended out the black and then kind of pulled it into a smoky eye with just like a pointed brush. And then I did like a darker blue and then a more pigmented lighter blue. And then mascara, and that's it. And then I did like a little bit of like a neutral brown, like beige. NYX is on and off with pigmentation. The thing is, like, none of this is NYX eyeshadow. This one at the top, with my eyes open, you can't really see the other one because my eyes open. Accentuates your eyes really well. Thank you. This one is from the Cradle of Filth palette. And then there's like a Kat Von D one I have as well. But yeah, so it's a little blue. But you can even tell with my hair that it's like a little bit yellowy. But it's like, I mean, it's like a blue-green, I guess. It's like a dark, like, general photo color, yeah. We'll change on edit. Oh yeah, when I edit, it always changes. Like, color grading is like a whole thing. But I really, really love this outfit. And I also love doing Ellis for Easter because I can be the white rabbit. And carry a little rabbit. Also, this bunny that Steph got me is like so fucking cute. It's so cute. I fucking love this outfit. I feel so cute in it. It's perfect. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. So yeah, that's the shoots I've done. I'm in the middle of editing stuff. And so hopefully, well, I mean, that has to be edited by not this Tuesday, but next Tuesday. So that'll be done before next stream. It'll be out. And then I have one more shoot to do for April. Basically, I had to wait for weather, and then on top of that, I've just been super busy. So I'm really, really, really behind at things. Cheer, let's stand that. Ah, Blanche is such a good kitty. But yeah, I have a Joan of Arc one that I'm doing for the end of April for Hexanaut. And I'm doing her as like transmasculine, so I'm gonna be wearing like pants and stuff, and I've got some chainmail, and yeah, I've got my first piece of chainmail. Woo! I'm so excited. It's gonna be really fun. I know where I'm gonna shoot it. Yeah, I've got my leather pauldrons and the chainmail. And yeah, I'm gonna do her like trans mask. So I want to try and get my hair as like textured as I can. Congrats, thanks. I bought it. I didn't make it. So, but yeah. So I've got some chainmail, and I've got like the outfit all planned. It's gonna be really similar to the outfit I had for the Nosferatu screening for New Year's. I don't know why my camera just out of focus, but it did. So it's gonna be kind of similar to that, but with chainmail on it. Camera, please. I don't know why it's being goofy. It's tracking my face. It's just okay. There it goes. Thanks. Yeah, I'm really excited. Camera said, time for texture. Yes. It's like, time for some bokeh. But yeah. I am... Oh, I was like, what the fuck is that noise? I'm so excited for that shoot. I'm excited to edit these ones now that, because I got them back from Cryptid late last night. So I get to edit these today. And then I get to start work on my stuff for May. I wonder if I can give you like a little sneaky peeky for May. Like stuff I might shoot. I guess the one thing I can tell you is I'm doing a studio day with Lucy. And no, that was my camera. I'm doing a studio day with Lucy. We're renting a space. It's going to be spring flowers, and I'm bringing a doll. He's slightly blurrier than usual, yes. But yeah, I'm bringing a doll, and we're going to be in a garden. And that's all I'm going to give you, but you're going to love it. I mean, Salt will hate it. It's going to give him a confused boner again. But for the rest of you, anyone who's okay with creepy dolls, I was gonna say, oh yeah, Salt's gonna like hate this. Yeah. Again, yeah. Salt will hate it. Everyone else, yes. I love the little prissy emote. It's so good. But yeah, my favorite thing though is that like I will send when I'm editing photos. I will send Salt like little previews as like, oh, you're my partner. I'm gonna like give you a little preview because I love you. Steph usually just sees them while we're shooting them, so I don't really have to do that. But like, I'll send Salt like little previews, and when I do that with the creepy doll stuff, I remember the first time I shot Donna Beneviento, and I did lewds. I sent like a butt picture. And Salt was just like, I don't know what to feel because your butt's gorgeous, but there's a doll staring at me. It's really funny. House on the East End covered in dolls? Fuck yeah. Yeah, Tatum's house is filled with dolls. I love shooting Donna at Tatum's house. It was perfect because there were just fucking dolls everywhere. I kind of want to do it again sometime where I just shoot Donna at Tatum's house, but instead of having the dolls hanging from above, just be like, can you just have just all of your dolls on the floor? Just so I just want to be like in a pile of dolls. Surround you, yeah. I just love doing creepy spooky shit. I love it so much. Oh man, I'm so excited. So I have that coming, and then like a bunch of spring stuff. For coming up for shoots for May. Like obviously I do a cherry blossom one every year, so we'll see how the cherry blossoms like when they come up. First, wonderful. Yes. One of my favorite things is giving people confused boners and or photo sets based off of a pun. Photo sets based off of a pun. Some of my best photos ever were fucking stupid pun sets. I have to not miss the cherry blossoms. Cat. Robart's library, there's cherry blossoms in front of them. That way you can see cherry blossoms without having to go very far and it's less crowded. Hot tip. Noted? Yeah. They're all at the front, and it's gorgeous. The trees are a little beat up, but like not the big ass crowd of Hyde Park, and you don't have to travel to Hyde Park. You don't have to deal with Hyde Park. There's also some near me, but I like that's a little bit further. It's been for 4 years in a row. Yeah. Also, you could like maybe come over here and come see them. Obviously, don't say where I live, but you know where I live. There's some near where I live. Risk their children this once. To be fair, that is the only reason to go to Hyde Park. And no, I don't actually. It's fine. I'll tell you where I live. Don't say anything. Well, I live on... It's okay. I will tell you off stream. But yeah, if you really, like, just so the chat knows, I live on... Did you get all that? We stopped getting so close in the last year? Yeah, I'm sure. Jesus Christ. What? What, did you get all that? You know where I live now, right? You live in space. Correct. Too busy having a heart attack. I did. I will say I also didn't say my address in case people can read lips. I just checked on the Sakura Blossoms yesterday because I was watching a Philly chef who did an IRL last week. Oh, amazing. Yeah, I live in space and also time. I'm not that good at lip reading yet. Fair, but also, like, I figured just in case I fucked up muting for some reason. I knew I didn't, but just in case, I was like, I'm just gonna say random shit. Oh, yeah? Yeah. It's one of my favorite bits that streamers do, is just say things that they shouldn't by muting. It's April 3rd. My prediction is that the trees will bloom in Hyde Park late April and early May. That makes sense, because that's always when they bloom. Is the last week of April or the first week of May. That's pretty much how that happens. Sometimes they'll come like the second last week of April instead of the last week of April, but yeah. Good precaution, yeah. I would never say, I said 123 Fake Street, just so you know. If it could not rain this year. Yeah. I mean, last year I got some really good pictures. Salt City Tree stuff, yeah, sometime in June. Oh, actually, I can, before we go, I can try and find you some of my cherry blossom stuff. I don't know why I did it that way. Gotta be really careful that I don't show stuff because I'm on my Tumblr, and that means there's nudes. So this was from last year. Now I got some tea again? Hell yeah. But yeah, this was the cherry blossoms last year. So guy has a website, blog, with weekly updates. It's pretty cool. That's fuck yeah. That's so sick. The sleeves. Yeah, so that's a what I'm wearing in this is that's a linen shirt, and then the blue part is a Haori jacket. It's Japanese. There's a dragon painted on the inside of it, and then like a linen skirt. So this is supposed to be cosplay of Moiraine from the Wheel of Time from the second season. I'm still behind. I haven't seen any of season 3. I gotta catch up on that. I've just been super busy. So I just basically did her with blonde hair because I fucking hate wearing wigs. So at all of my characters, unless the hair color is like super specific where it's important to the character, I'm just not wearing wigs. I can't give a fuck. Like if they have long hair, that's my texture, just a different color, then I'm using my hair. If they have white hair that's a different thing, then I will just use my hair or pin it up or whatever. Should I watch that? I've been hearing buzz. I mean, to be that guy, I liked the books a lot better. My main complaint with this show is there's like sometimes the internal consistency is off on the magic system, and that always bothers me. But Not read books. Yeah, I assume not. They're very long books. Sacramento High Park. I have actually used them. That's the blog I was thinking of. I usually go to them to check if the buds have come. Now that I know there's some near me, though, I just walk over to the park and go like, what do they look like right now? But yeah, Sacramento High Park is really, really, really good to check before you like leave the house and to like plan stuff. They're awesome. I didn't know you knew that guy. He's sick. Reading history, it's actually weird that I hadn't. Fair enough. The show, I will say, there's some subtextual queer stuff in the books that the show makes very text. Song of Ice and Fire, like you're telling us. I don't know why you would do that. The Wheel of Time books are great. Obviously show their age because they were published in the 90s starting. So there's like some like gender binary stuff. List of all the trees around Toronto as well. Yeah, that's cool. I haven't been on the site in a year, so I usually just check High Park and be like, well, they're blooming there, they're blooming everywhere. I know that one? Yeah. Fantasy got a fantasy? Yeah, and like the series does play with it, but at the very least, like, there is subtextual lesbianism, canon, polyamory. That's like how I got introduced to poly. So when it like came up in my real life, I was like, oh, I'm like kind of aware of this concept. The magic system's so sick. I do really like the show, but like season 1 was really good, except like one decision they made character-wise, and then the last episode I didn't like, but that's because it's not that the episode is bad, it just doesn't... It's not like the books, and I'm trying to deal with the change. Nerd, yeah. For me, again, it's literally just, I need the magic system to be consistent. If it diverts from the books, that's fine, but there's some choices they made that divert from the books that, like, kind of undermine some things. It breaks books rules, which is illegal. Yeah. I mean, again, I'd be fine with changes. As long as, yeah, it has internal coherence and it's not things that undermine parts of the thing. Like they create a character to Fridge and I'm like, that's just dumb. There's other changes they make that I genuinely like. That are different from the book, but I like. Like some of the changes they made to how the borders work, I actually do really like. Like the changes they made to making some of the relationships that were queer and subtextual, like more explicit, I really do like. So I'm not like fused to the books where it has to be exactly like the books. Like I get that there's changes that have to be made for making it a TV show, especially because they did the first book, which is like 800 pages of dense text into a single like 7 to 10 episode season. And then season 2 was 2 full books. They tried to make 1,500 words into like a single season of a show. And like season 2, I had serious problems with. As long as it makes sense. Yeah, there were some things I had serious problems with in season 2. Season 1 I loved. Season 2 they changed a bunch of things that didn't make any fucking sense. That like sort of undermined some things. Some things I did like. There was some changes in season 2 where I was like, that makes sense, where you focused on a character moment rather than there being more people there. I would hydrate, but my thing's empty. I will hydrate though. We're having dinner as soon as I raid out, so I will drink some water right after. So they made some changes that made sense, but there were some I really didn't like in season 2. So I'm hoping when I watch season 3 that it'll be better. But if you don't know Wheel of Time at all, like starting with that, and then if you like it in concept, then going to the books makes sense. So yeah, this was also from that. So yeah. This slaps. Thank you. Sorry I keep flipping, but I'm trying not to flash nudes on stream. Your hairstyle like that looks so good. Thank you. Okay, yep, that's me naked. This is why I'm not screen sharing my Tumblr in a scrolling variety. I'm trying to find more cherry blossoms. Pointed all chat, yeah. Naked, naked, naked. Oh, this is the ones at Robarts. So cherry blossoms, and this is on the balcony at Robarts. Also, because Brat Chat, I'm just a weapon of mass destruction instead of just aimed at the streamer. Yeah, that's fair. Purple. Yeah, the thing is, this kimono's actually bitch! Fuck! Thanks, Mike. This kimono's actually blue, but I toned it to be purple. But yeah. Thanks for the meow plier. Fucking Christ, man. So long to notice, thanks. Something's off. Wait, your hair's wrong? Yeah, I'm wearing purple wig. Yeah, with the Tony, thank you. Yeah. So, like, the trees are a little bit more bare. But this was a really fun shoot. Something's off. So funny. There's a disturbance in the forest. I see. Oh yeah, this is the dragon on the inside of the kimono. Not very attentive, yeah. So there's like a, let me see if I new tab it. You can, yeah, the dragon. There's a dragon in there. But I love this photo set. It's so good. Lady, thank you. Hey, dragon. Oh yeah, this is me doing power. This is Hyde Park. My photo sets are good. Thank you. This one, Lexi shot instead of Steph. Most of my set Steph shoots, or now Cryptid does some too. This is me power from Chainsaw Man, and my friend as Denji. My friend Emron. This is so stupid in the morning. I love cherry blossom shoots. Oh yeah, this is back at Robarts. This I can scroll through because I know it's like me as Toga at Robarts. I love this shoot. And then I had ice cream after. So rad too. Yeah, so that's the cherry blossoms at Robarts. The trees are a little beat up. Also, I think I went like either before they were ready or after they were starting to fall. I think it was after they were starting to fall. Really fun editing. Thank you. Yeah, I really love color grading stuff like this. So pretty. Thank you. Yeah, I love my Toko cosplay. So yeah, that's I think my last cherry blossom one. Or no, yeah, it's the last one I have on my Tumblr anyway. To photog way more than I do. Ooh, yes. Yes. I love doing photos. Like I will always do modeling and stuff. Color grading is one of my favorite things. I unfortunately can't edit on stream like I'd like to, because my photos are supaishi sometimes. I see. I also want to see if anyone's live to raid, because I'm sleepy. Last year was August. None because surprise legs are mine are super. Yeah, fair. I was gonna wait for Salt to go live, but she's running late. She late. Why is she late? When is Salt not running late? Fair. Fair enough. In the last years, that's fair. Sometimes. But yeah, I think I'll just rate Detune because I need to be done streaming in 10 minutes. And I need to pee before my dad calls me. Like, I need to be done. I can't, like, wait more. This has been a very long stream. We've streamed for 5.5 hours. Detune is cool, yeah. It's just like, I normally stream on Thursday, so I normally raid Detune. So like being able to raid Salt instead would be nice, but you know, they're late, so that's their problem, not mine. So I gotta go. Thank you all for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Next streams now after today. Starting next week, we'll be back on our regular schedule. We'll be back on Thursdays at around noon. Because my life is going back to normal, kind of. To stream, thank you. I'll let you know if I have to reschedule for shoot reasons or whatever, but I shouldn't have to. So we're gonna raid message. Actually, yeah. We're gonna do the smiley face. We're gonna do the smiley face because I think that's funny. We're gonna do, I got rickrolled smiley face. Thanks for the ghost fight. Yeah, we're gonna raid Detune. Thank you all for stopping by. Bye. Yeah, fuck cat. But yes, I will be streaming not this Thursday, but next Thursday. I should have information on IRL streaming and maybe some more stuff to share if I've left the house at all. I love you all so much. Let me get this raid going. Raid channel. And we hit 180 followers today. Fuck yeah. So we should be hitting the cosplay goal somewhat soon. But how much do we have left? Not that much. 20 more? 20 more followers and I get to stream some cosplay. Yes. Get ready to raid. I appreciate you so much. I will hydrate. Y'all are the best. Thanks for stopping by. Bye, Okairi. Bye, Cat. Bye, Pint. Bye, Dolly, if you're still lurking. Bye, Emptiness. Which, that's the funny thing to say out loud. But I love you all so much. Just give, even if you have to go to bed or raid and run, I totally understand. Just say hi to Jordan for me. And I'll see you all next week. I love you all so much. And also, if any of y'all haven't noticed, I have been good about, I've got all of my VODs going up on YouTube finally. So if y'all need VODs, every other day they're going up until I catch up. So we should be Gucci. Anyway, I love you all. Bye.